Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bold Wolf Gaming for the triumphant return of Dungeons and Dragons. Tonight we have a special one-shot from our shared campaign, the first session of which is called The Frozen Veil. You can find that on YouTube, but of course it's not necessary to watch that and still be able to follow the story for tonight. Characters will come and go between these sessions without us bending over backwards to explain it. But essentially, this is an ongoing campaign constructed of multiple one-shots. And this music, a little too distracting for the intro. All right, so announcements. I just had a humongous brain fart. Let's see, today's Friday. Monday, we have 90s Night as usual, but it'll be starting an hour late at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, and we will be doing You Don't Know Jack Volume 3. If you're a fan of the Jackbox Party packs, this is where it essentially all started in the 90s with these trivia PC games, so that'll be a lot of fun. Tuesday, Fantasy Night will be resuming with God of War. And 2 weeks from now, as long as all goes smoothly, Winds of Arraign, our ongoing D&D campaign, will be continuing. So make sure you follow us on social media so you can stay up to date. Thank you, Selena. To make sure you can stay up to date on our plans for that. And if you are new to the stream and tabletop gaming is your thing, definitely give us a follow, because besides Dungeons and Dragons, we'll also be expanding into some other tabletop arenas with games like the Office Downsizing game, Jumanji, and a special Supernatural one-shot in October. Definitely going to try to expand our tabletop repertoire as much as possible over the next couple months, assuming, of course, we don't get thrown back into lockdown. So, we'll have to play that by ear. But that's all I've got. Let's go ahead and get our players introduced. Hey, cool. Already centered. All right. So, visible there on the screen is Alex. If you watched the Frozen Veil one-shot, you will recognize him from the previous one. He is playing Set the Barbarian. On voice, we also have from the Frozen Veil, Brittany, who's playing Breela, or is Breela? I always hedge on that. I don't know if she heard
I always
me.
heard her say it's Briella.
Briella, okay. Yes.
It's Briella.
Every time
I'm
every time I get ready to say it, I hedge. I'm like, is it that or is it the other one? And also from our regular D&D campaign, we have Shakira playing Balana, and Jake is joining the one-shots for the first time with his character Gaylord, which is also converted from our old Diablo campaign. And we have a new player with us tonight, Cece, who will be playing Katya. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. So, let me go ahead and get some atmosphere going here. Gotta learn how to do all this stuff all over again, just from taking a couple months off. That's not right.
No, that's right. You can keep that one.
That's right. I don't have any busy tavern music that's stream safe yet. All right.
No, not yet.
All
Better
right.
than mine.
Yeah.
Go on some Devo. We'll have a little heavy metal feel.
All right. So while I get this set up, well, let's go ahead and get the story set up. You and the rest of the group that were in Hyler in the previous session, after saving the town from a disease that was mostly affecting the children in town, you were warned not to spend too much time out in the wilderness during the later months of the winter, as the country gets on an average about 10 feet of snow a month during those last few. So you decided to winter within the city, and we're definitely getting cabin fever towards the end. Right as the weather started to clear up, Halashando announced that he was planning on heading into the kingdom of Atheus, because the elves are known to have a lot of knowledge in the arcane arts. He was hoping to do some research and find some information on what might have been done to his wife. But he did not want to draw attention to himself, so he asked that the rest of you did not follow. He would come back and meet you at some point. So in the meantime, not wanting to sit through most of the summer as well, Set, you heard about the people of Eldaland, who are humans, but very closely related to their Leviathan ancestors, and share a lot of the same values and traditions that the people who raised you had. Just out of curiosity, you decided to take a trip over there, and the rest of you can explain on your own why you might have decided to follow him. Where's my notes? I'm an unorganized mess today. I'm in the wrong notebook. There it is. All right, so our story begins in the final days of Last Seed, in the year 321 of the Fifth Era. A crisp chill and a late summer snowfall punctuates early summer snowfall punctuates what was otherwise a sunny day. You find yourself escaping the cold in the Black Goblet, a large tavern on the corner of Stair Road and Lamp Street in Klevstad, the unofficial capital of the mountainous territory belonging to the tribes of Eldaland. The tavern is a long and wide hall with a central fire for cooking and warmth. Surrounded by tables that run from nearly the front door to the counter at the back, the tavern is loud and boisterous, filled to the brim with almost entirely non-locals. Nearly drunk patrons occasionally make room for new arrivals and continue drinking against the walls. You occasionally catch a hint of music being played by a bard somewhere in the establishment, but the din of the conversation is so overpowering, you can't be sure if you're actually hearing it or if this is a sign of hearing damage. Where was I? Due to the nature of this establishment, you all find yourself sharing a table with strangers. As your drink orders are taken and served along with the roasted mammoth steaks that are the communal evening meal in the tavern, you find yourself striking up conversations with these strangers and sharing your stories, as it seems what most of the patrons here are doing. So, Set, because you are the reason that the group from the previous session decided to head this direction, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to the new players and describe yourself?
Sure. My name is Set. Set appears as... I'm sorry. Hold on one moment. I can't hear myself. Something just happened. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can still hear you.
Okay. Alright, I'm just going to keep going then. If you guys can hear me, that's fine. So Set appears as an 8-foot-tall monstrosity with light copper skin covered in tribal tattoos and messy brown hair that falls to his chin. His height betrays the fact that he is a Goliath, half human, half giant. He wears clothes made of animal skins and carries various weapons with him everywhere he goes, adding to his intimidating frame. His speckled blue eyes can pierce even the strongest soul if he ever stops squinting and scowling to actually look for it.
All right. And just for the audience and for the other players at the table that are new to this universe, Goliaths are the D&D term. In this world, they are generally referred to as Leviathans, or simply half-giants. But Set, also, as a note, as you finally found your way into the city, you find yourself feeling very at home, because the humans here just about match your height and build, though a little bit less of the tribal aesthetic. They share a lot in common with you. As I said, among humans, they are probably the closest related to their Leviathan ancestors. Let's go ahead and continue with the existing party. Breela, if you could go ahead and describe yourself, and if you want, give us a reason why you decided to follow Set on this almost 2-month journey into the mountains.
Hello, I'm Breela. I am a human druid. I set off to find a purpose of a sort and haven't quite found it, but I found people who accepted me and we've been journeying this far. And since I haven't quite found a purpose, I decided that these people who have accepted me and I am familiar with, I felt safe with, that I would continue on this journey with them in hopes that maybe I will benefit as well.
Fantastic. And just a reminder, Brittany, I know this character was created in the Diablo campaign, and I kind of forced everybody to go human, but remember, we did get
Yes.
you switched over to elf, wood elf.
Oh, yes. Okay. I'll change that. Thank you.
No problem. All right. Next, we will go to Balana, who also followed this group over from Hyler. If you want to introduce yourself and, if you care to, explain why you might have followed Set along.
Hello, I'm Balana. I am a half-elf ranger. I do have a mission that I was sent to do, but it's something I can't fully disclose to the group just yet. And I believe the reason that I would have followed Set to this would have been purely out of curiosity
All right. Fantastic.
to learn more about his culture and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So the Gaylord and Katya, this strange, rambunctious group sat across from you at the table and started striking up a conversation with you. Let's go ahead and start with Jake, Gaylord. If you want to kind of describe yourself and any part of your backstory you feel you want to reveal.
Okay. So my name's Gaylord. I've got blue eyes. My skin color's white, but it's kind of tan from farming. So I've got a farmer skin going on. Long, dark, blonde, messy blonde hair. When I'm human. How far away from home am I again, Matt?
Oh, goodness. Probably a couple thousand miles at this point.
Okay. Then I've got a grudge against the undead, so I'm just hunting.
He is also a cleric of Drowana, the goddess of the grave, essentially, of grave keepers, and of course she has a big problem with people's remains being brought back to life and used for nefarious purposes. He rescued his town purely by being the only person willing to stand up against an undead horde that attacked it, and when this was seen by Joanna, she granted him her boon and asked him to travel the world and destroy undead anywhere he finds them.
No.
All right, so that brings us to Katya. If you want to give us a brief physical description and whatever you want to give from your backstory, you can. You don't have to give anything, and you don't have to tell the truth either. The backstory that you wrote is yours to decide what you want to reveal. But
Katya, I am very pale with freckles. I have very, very wild red hair with green eyes, and I was raised by wolves.
that's all you
And
reveal.
I am
Oh.
a elf rogue.
Alrighty. Well, so you all strike up these conversations, share what parts of your history you are comfortable with. You do find each other to be somewhat kindred spirits, wanderers, and skilled in the art of combat and solving problems or causing them, depending on your mood. So you've all gathered in this tavern and enjoyed the communal atmosphere. During this conversation, aside from the loud conversation that is filling this hall, there's one noise that stands out. A tapping sound like a quieter, more muffled version of a woodpecker. Starting and stopping every few minutes or few seconds. Early on in the meal, you determined the source was a man sitting nearby. His hands shaking every time he brought his wooden mug up to his mouth made it vibrate against his teeth. Or what's left of them. He is a human man with sandy, unkempt hair. He is wearing furs, covered in splotches of dry blood, but you dismissed this, assuming that he was most likely a hunter who didn't change after carrying out a fresh kill. But with the constant shaking and the mile-long stare, it took all of your effort to ignore him throughout this conversation and your meal. Everyone... Sorry. No, I got a stray note there, and I don't know what it belonged to. And towards the end of your meal, as you have all introduced yourself to each other and talked about your past adventures, a dwarven man walks with long black hair and long beard, approaches from the opposite side of the table from where he's sitting, and looks at him, kind of does a double take before showing some recognition, and says, "Alec, you're back! How did it go?" The man that's been making the strange sound and staring off into the distance says, "I don't want to talk about it." The dwarf continues, "Where's Geralt?" "Off spending his fortune at the brothel, I bet." The man, who is apparently named Alec, replies, "I said I don't want to talk about it." "Alec, you look like shit. More than usual. Something go wrong?" At this point, very suddenly, Alec's demeanor changes and he slams the mug down on the table. "Geralt's dead, okay? They're all dead." The dwarf looks stunned and says, "What? I thought you said it was a simple grave robbery." Alec replies, "It was supposed to be alright, but it wasn't." "Alec, try to calm down and tell me what happened." The dwarf takes a seat on the bench opposite of him. And Alec takes another drink and tries to steal his resolve. "We went to that drow wizard's tower like the poster said. He told us what we were looking for and where to find it. Promised to make us rich. So we head into the old crypt. Didn't get through the first chamber before I turn around and see Geralt's guts being ripped out. Drow bastard told us we would be surrounded by corpses, not that they would be walking. Barely made it out alive. The rest of them was chopped to bits." The dwarf kind of tries to process all of this, swallows hard, and says, "Jeez, well, what are you going to do now?" "I'm going home. Mother was right, nothing for me out here but hurt. Some other fools can find that wizard's precious book." Dwarf nods. "Right on you. Well, let's get you another drink. You look like you need it." And he gets up and heads over towards the counter. What would you guys like to do?
Holy shit.
Yeah. I'll just kind of say, "Hey, where exactly was this at?"
It takes a moment for the man to realize that you're talking to him. "Piss off!" Kind of turns back to himself,
I think you're gonna have to approach him and try to persuade him.
Anybody want to step in?
I mean, I can try, but I don't think Delano's persuasion is high enough. Let me see.
I'm being as slow as any Leviathan usually is. I'm still drinking.
That is very true. I'm sure Set would be doing that. Yeah, I
Just
suppose I
like
could
that.
try. What roll do I need to make?
Are you wanting to talk to him?
Yeah.
What are you going to say to him? You should try to convince him to talk to you.
Ah, crap. Hold on. Okay. I'll say easy there, friend. We just want to know where it is. Maybe we could help retrieve the book and give you what you were promised.
Roll a persuasion check.
So that is a D20, correct?
D20 plus your persuasion modifier.
Okay.
And your persuasion is +1.
Oh no. Nine.
9.
Yes.
Look, since you were so busy eavesdropping, if you didn't notice, I decided to part with the money. I'm going home. I'm done trying to make my fortune out here. Thought I could make a better life for myself than what my parents could give me, but I'm just gonna go home. Anybody else want to take a crack at it?
Set looks up from his drink and says, "Home. Home is nice." And goes back to his drink.
I can probably charm him.
Oh my.
You want to offer him a
That's an
succulent?
interesting route.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your spell save DC?
What?
Should be at the top of your spells list. Spell save DC.
Does she have D&D Beyond, or is she doing this on her sheet?
I think they did on D&D Beyond and printed them out.
Yeah, it just says save DC, Brittany.
Yeah, 12. Looks like 12, and he got 6 minus 1, 5. Alright, so you all see Breela conjure this small succulent in a wicker-style pot in her hand, and she hands it to him and says, "Succulent." And he at first looks annoyed, but as soon as his eyes meet with it, his demeanor changes, and he gracefully takes it. I suddenly feel a bit better. Look, I'm really not interested in the money anymore, but if you think you can handle what we faced any better than us, go talk to the wizard. He's got a tower over on the West River. Can't miss it, almost as tall as the Jarl's longhouse. I wouldn't suggest going, though. I don't think anybody should have to go through what I saw. Thank you. So what would you guys like to do?
Set would like to finish his drink.
Okay. Roll a Constitution saving thing. All right. Anybody else have any conversation or ideas of what you guys would like to do?
Be very troubled. If we can help him get this book, it might help him deal with the grief of losing his men.
Right.
By now, Set finally starts listening and says, "Book? What's a book? Men?"
So, Breela, you say that out loud?
We should rest and maybe in the morning. I think we should find out what we can about this book and who we need to go speak with. Does anyone agree?
Sounds fair.
Sounds good to me. I'll finally find out what this book is.
Sounds like a very good idea.
Alex, I can't keep a straight face with your character, man.
All right. So you guys want? Sorry. The newcomers. Are you interested in this quest? Jake, you're muted in case you don't know.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll go with them.
We'll also go with them.
I'm sorry. What was that? Anybody else catch that?
She said she'll also go with us.
Okay. All right. All right. So everybody wants to sleep for the night.
Yeah.
I think Set needs to sleep for the night.
Time is it?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I need to pull up the calendar. Oops. I knew I forgot to bring something up.
Don't pressure yourself, honey. It's been months.
It is. I should have an easier time converting military time. 5 o'clock in the afternoon or evening. You know, dinner time. What was that? You got cut off.
I said that's not that late. Who do we need to go talk to? How far away is he?
The city is actually kind of narrow and long. And the tavern you're in is basically on the center road that leads up the center. That was redundant. So basically about, probably 10-minute walk to the west side of the city.
Sleep now.
All right.
And Set yells out, "No! I'm sleepy!"
You can take your drink with you.
I don't want to drink. I want to sleep.
Man,
What was that?
say get up, fat man.
What, you call me? And with that,
Ogre.
Set finally gets up.
With a dad grunt. Oops. All right, so
You
you all
probably
agreed.
should have done your stretches this morning.
I love how Breela is taking the leadership role this time around. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. All right, so you all step out of the tavern, which is kind of the front door is aimed at the corner of Lamp Street and Stair Road. When you step out onto Stair Road from the tavern, you get a wonderful view of the entire city, as it is kind of built in tiers on this rock formation in the center of a very wide river. As the district essentially go up in poshness as you get further towards the south, and it goes higher. At the very top, overlooking this small city, is the Jarl's Longhouse, which isn't extremely extravagant, but has somewhat of a regal appearance to it. And this is where the tribal leader of the city and the province essentially looks over things. You are on about the third tier down, and if you look towards the north at the very bottom step of the city, you can see that it sits on the edge of a very large lake that the river runs into. And there are docks visible at the bottom for fishing and things like that on the lake. And sure enough, when you look to the west, you can actually see the tip of a very narrow, dark obelisk-shaped tower on the west side of the city. You head that direction.
What time of year is it again?
Sorry, what's that?
What time of year is it again?
Well, it is technically early summer or late spring, but due to the elevation in this part of the continent, it is still fairly crisp. And there was actually a little bit of snowfall that drove you into the tavern. It's dying down now, but it's still a bit cold, and there's some snow on the ground.
So no wildlife at this elevation.
There's wildlife. It's still below the tree line, but it's higher than just right below it.
Okay.
So you're at the maximum height that most things can survive, as far as growing and all of that. And there are a lot of hardy creatures too that live in this country. As I said, you all just got done eating mammoth steaks.
Had the Fred Flintstone combo, didn't we?
Yeah. So, what would you like to do?
Heading off. I'm heading off. I'm skipping down the lane.
And I'm following her, stomping along.
All right, so Breela takes off
Following behind him.
down the street. The rest of you follow in tow, and you can all tell that she is drawing attention to herself. This is a very drab and colorless country, and all of the people here are kind of hard and not especially
I don't think she gives a
jovial.
crap though.
So they are she's definitely drawing attention. As you guys walk through the city, you happen upon another tavern that is actually more aimed at locals, and the front door bursts open with one person flying backwards through it, and the second one chasing after them, and a crowd kind of follows them, cheering them on as the two of them duke it out. Just as you're passing, you see one of them rip the axe off of another person's belt and toss it into the ground, causing it to stick into the dirt. The other guy, the one that was thrown through the door, kind of gives it concerned look and sighs and reaches his hand out for someone else to hand him an axe, which is thrown into the ground just as you're coming out of view. If any of you are curious about this ritual that's going on, you see some of the town guards, which are pretty much just denoted by a simple sash. Otherwise, they're dressed like pretty much everyone else. They come up upon this, but they don't do anything to stop it. And both men have one hand tied behind their back, and go to reach for the axes on the ground and duke it out. Which Set, you actually recognize the general tone of the ritual. There was some sort of disrespect thrown one direction or the other, and that what you are witnessing is about to be a fight to the death.
Oh, that's great.
And
Everyone, watch this. This is cool. I don't know.
Do you actually try to get him to stop and watch?
Oh yes. If they are not stopping, I'm stopping to watch. I gotta watch this.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
All right, so
Is
I
this
don't
part
know.
of your culture?
Set, you actually recognize. It wasn't as common with the people that raised you, but you were taught about Leviathan culture, and the details vary from one tribe to another, but you recognize this as a common way to settle personal disputes, specifically ones where someone's honor or upbringing or lineage was called into question, and the basic mindset is you can't be right if you're dead. So if you win and survive, you were correct. If you die, you were wrong. And of course, this can be declined, but then it is taken to be that anybody can say anything to you from that point forward without resistance because you declined such a fight. The second gentleman, the one that was thrown through the door, you notice he it looks like he's got some lineage from outside of the Elden people. He's a little bit smaller than the other guy, not quite as brawny, and has darker hair. Most of the Eldens have white or very light blonde hair. But interestingly enough, the bigger guy, the full-blooded Elden that suggested the fight, is taking very long, heavy swings at his opponent, and also appears to be a little bit intoxicated and, of course, angry. So every swing just goes completely wide, and the smaller guy is able to kind of dodge his way around, gives a few kicks and punches without actually trying to use the blade of the axe at first, and eventually seems to accept the reality of the situation, which he does not seem entirely comfortable with, and brings the axe in kind of an undercut up into his opponent's throat. And he holds his wound and eventually collapses into a puddle of his own blood to the cheering of the rest of the crowd, but you can see the look on the victor's face is disappointed, a little bit saddened. You get the impression he isn't big on this tradition.
I'm curious to what started the fight.
Do you say
I
that
am as well. Well, she doesn't, I will, because I'm slow.
Do you want to go over and ask him why he just had to kill that guy?
Yeah.
You or Set?
I
either of you.
stroll over once the crowd starts to back away.
And you ask him why that happened?
Oh yeah, and I ask him, so what'd he do?
I was the offending party. All I said was I didn't care for his mother's cooking.
Oops.
Should be careful being honest with friends when you're drunk, I guess. And he tosses the axe that he was using into the ground without even really thinking about it and wanders off.
So he just left his axe?
It wasn't his to begin with. Somebody offered it. That's the way it tends to go. Quite often they're not armed when this occurs in the first place. They'll grab the nearest weapon they can find. It's just a
Is
simple.
anybody
Killed some
making-
people over food.
Right? Like, what if his mother's cooking actually did suck?
You really killed some people over some food? I'm annoyed.
Look, I didn't want. He took insult to it. I'm no happier about it than you are. But, as they say, you don't fuck with tradition, I guess.
Set turns to Breela, knowing that she doesn't understand this, and even though he's very, very annoyed with her because he's very slow and very short, he actually tries to make her understand by saying, "You don't understand, little one. This life. For them, this life."
Any reaction, Breela?
Still annoyed.
Still annoyed. Do you continue?
I'm sitting on top of a rock, and I am just waiting for this shenanigans to be over. I'm ready to go.
I have a question. Did anybody pick up that axe yet?
No, it was left where it was.
No.
Is anybody going to make a motion for the axe?
Roll a perception check.
Shoot, which one's that again? D20, right?
There's a D20 plus your perception modifier.
Which is no help there.
I know the feeling.
9.
9. You don't see anybody making a move for it. Did you grab it?
I'm gonna grab that axe.
All right.
boy.
You can write down Elden hand axe. It's nothing special. The woodwork is really nice. It's got traditional engravings in it that pretty much anybody would recognize as Elden style. Like I said, it doesn't have any special properties, but it's a nice looking hand axe. All right. Breela is ready to go. Anybody else have anything to do before you guys move on?
Do you need another weapon?
Yes. What
Weapons
kind
are my
of
religion.
question this?
Weapons are my
Oh
religion.
boy.
Ugh.
All right. So, Breela, looks like everybody's ready to go. You want to lead the pack onward?
Sure. I
Alright.
continue my skipping.
I just realized you're outside. I can change the music. All right.
That sounded a
So,
little too intense.
yeah, I need to check my playlist. Where was I?
I haven't touched anything, I swear, but iTunes keeps opening every time I reboot the computer, so.
All right. So you continue on your way across town, and before long, you are on the road that leads alongside the West River, well, west side of the river, anyway. When you get closer, you're kind of surprised at the structure. It is very, very narrow obelisk. It's hard. You can't imagine more than 4 people could stand within the confines of the structure, unless they started stacking on top of each other. It sits on what looks to be the ruins of some previous structure that was in its place. What little yard it has is mostly covered in the old stones of the floor of a building that was there before. You notice as you approach it, people walking up and down the street give it a wide berth. And again, it is a dark stone obelisk with a small set of stairs and a door on the front of it. What would you like to do?
I guess walk towards it. Cautiously.
As you get closer, you notice on the door there is an engraving, carving in the wood, which is a symbol that looks like a compass rose with a skull on each of the 4 cardinal directions. There is a word at the top that none of you would actually recognize. You recognize the script as being Drowish, but you're not familiar with the characters. But below in common, or sorry, no, you all in common scripts, but in a language that seems to be a cross, that closely related to Elven and Sylvan. There's a phrase underneath the symbol. Does anybody speak both?
Hold on, how about a check?
Some of you speak Elven. I don't know if any of you speak Elven and Sylvan.
No.
That would be features and traits, right?
Yep.
I'm not seeing it.
Cece, do you speak both?
I do.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. You are able to takes a few moments because it's not Elven or Sylvan, but it has a similar base. You assume Drowish, and you're able to work out from context clues that it says Albauth Udosa Ilgin, which directly translates in common to all around us death. And then some of you may have a slight trait, at least those of you from the mainland might have a slight triggered memory of a phrase, which is probably the proper grammatical translation, death surrounds us. The symbol itself resembles the flag, or the crest, I suppose it would be in this case, to the Tsardom of Zedinia. But you are not familiar with any version of this crest that includes the words at the top that you're not able to read and the motto below it. At least not at first glance. What would you guys like to do?
Knock, 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 knock.
Are you taking that honor, Balana?
Sure, why not?
Alright, when you knock, you are surprised. The sound, the echo from the other side of the door suggests a much larger space than the outside structure seems to allow for. After a few moments, you hear very small, quiet footsteps approaching the door, and you hear the latch undone, and the door creaks open, and at first you see nothing in the crack of the door till you think to look down, and at your feet, in the crack of the door, you see a very old goblin in surprisingly immaculate dress and well-groomed hair. And he kind of squints at you. What do you want?
We were told to come here to speak about a book that a wizard was seeking.
He squints even harder. Just a moment. Slams the door. Wait a few moments, I
Nice
assume.
personality.
Oh, he's a goblin. It's actually extremely polite for a goblin.
the goblin version of the doorman from Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. No one sees
Like,
this.
how?
A few moments pass, and he comes. The door comes open a little bit wider this time, and he signals you in. Gives you a very disdainful bow, very snarky. Please come in. You guys step into the tower.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Yep.
Who's first?
I
to
do.
The... You rush towards
Well,
the
I
front.
think since I can
No.
see that.
Well, I'll keep where my position, but I do want to enter behind anybody else that is.
Okay, who's first through the door?
Yeah, I believe it's me since I knocked.
Okay. Who's following her?
Hello.
Briella second.
Oh, okay.
Who's after Briella?
That'd be me, I think. Right?
Okay. Yeah. And Gaylord and Katya, you bringing up the rear?
Yep.
Alrighty.
That's what she said.
All right, so you step in, and sure enough, the interior of this tower, as some of you may have heard, is common with wizards, is much larger than the outside, and also rounder. Where the tower is square, the interior is very perfectly round, and you find yourself in a small foyer, and surrounded by stained glass windows, all bearing the same symbol as on the door. A small spiral staircase comes into view from a wall that you can't quite perceive. The bottom stairs just seem to appear out of thin air. And shortly after you step in, it's very dim in here. The stained glass windows do not let through very much light. You're able to see, but it's very dim and uncomfortable. Should change the music. Gotta get into the habit again. Alright. So anyway, you step in here, and just as you all make your way through the door, you see coming down the steps, appearing from behind this wall that doesn't seem to actually be there, a fairly tall drow man with albino white skin, foggy eyes, jet black hair, and wearing long robes of very dark blue. And he kind of comes to the bottom of the steps. It looks like he is just waking up. But he addresses you from across the room without even approaching, kind of still sitting in the shadows. Oops, notes back up here. Vic tells me you've come to discuss the contract about the book that I'm looking for. This quest has already been taken.
Well, guys, what are we saying?
I'm trying to think. Because part of me just wants to be a little passive aggressive. The quest is taken. How did you know that he succeeded?
I presume that they are on their way back by this point. Although I am not, how do you say, micromanaging. The quest is complete when it is complete, and payment will be remitted. But as I said, the quest is underway. This time I do not
May
believe
I
I need
ask
your
who
assistance.
took the quest?
I did not get names. A few outsiders, adventurers, most likely vagrants and thieves, if I'm being truthful. But if they're able to get the job done,
You entered contract with people with no names? Not smart business.
he kind of gives you almost completely disregards you, said. There is something that I need retrieved, and when it is brought to me, the payments will be delivered. Do you have some reason to believe that the group that I sent is incapable of completing this task?
I look at Breela. Like, part of me is like biting my tongue, but like I'm also like wanting to burst his bubble.
They're dead.
They're dead. And how is it you have come to this knowledge?
Because
I
only
felt
one person survived.
He seems somewhat intrigued. Do you know how they came to meet their demise?
Undead.
Now he looks very intrigued, and almost you think you catch the hint of an amused grin. Curious.
Gotta push this guy.
And you believe that you would be fare better than they would?
dry.
Very well. Follow me. And he pulls out from under his robes a ring of keys and goes to a door that you didn't quite notice was there, towards the center back of the room. That it's actually hanging open. He closes it, sticks a key in, and turns it, and then reopens the door. And
Hey,
proceeds
Shady,
to...
doesn't he sound familiar?
I
I
don't know
didn't
if you...
hear what you said.
I was pointing out to Jake that it sounds familiar.
A little bit.
Yep.
So, you guys follow him into the next room?
Cautiously. Yes.
Sure.
I climb on Seth's shoulders.
You guys are adorable, I swear.
All right, who's following first? Just an idea of how you enter the room.
I will take up the rear.
Okay, who's
I'll
going
go
in?
behind the our Leviathan.
Okay.
Alright, Seth is carrying me, so wherever he goes.
Okay, so you two are at the front. All right, Set, you have to stoop even lower than usual because one, this is a structure made for drow, which are shorter than most humans, and you're carrying a wood elf on your back, and you have a hard time fitting through human doors. So, but you make your way in, and the room
But
is.
didn't jump on until after I went through the door.
I didn't want your big feet to step on me.
Wait, hold on. You know what? Set, could you give me...
You don't even know if you fit.
Oh shit, here we go.
let's call it an acrobatics check.
Oh, great.
See if
I'm
you
gonna have
can
to go in by
limbo.
myself?
I'm just trying to determine if you hit your head on the top of the door as he tries to limbo through.
10.
Oh, this is gonna be funny.
You feel the top of the door graze your hair, Breela, but he does manage to squeeze through. All right, so you find yourself in a very cozy, what seems to be a mix between a sitting room and a study. There is a fireplace on one side that is down to just the embers, and opposite, there are a couple chairs seated on a rug in front of the fire, and on the opposite side of the room there is a desk curved to match the curve of the wall, and it is covered in open books and some various artifacts, and also a large oil painting. What appears to be of a family of 3 is propped up on the table. Yeah, open books, large oil painting. Some old
Down
maps.
and I go look at the books.
Okay, you want to take a closer look?
Yeah.
Then give me an investigation check.
Rolling d20 plus.
Your investigation modifier.
Investigation.
Well, I got a 20.
Oh, that is awesome. She done that 20.
And your
I don't
investigation
have
is,
one. I don't think so.
according to D&D Beyond, it's +1, so 21.
Okay.
Yeah, because your intelligence is 1, so, or +1. So if you don't have a score for a specific sub-skill, you use the main modifier. All right, 21. That will show you everything. All right, so all of the books and the maps and everything else seems to be relating to Old Klevstad, the former incarnation of the city you're currently in, and a family known as Ashheim. You get the impression that it is a long bloodline of essentially, to translate the concept into other cultures, like a high wizard, the official wizard of the court for a ruling family. And there are some documents mentioning the guild wars. There's some maps showing the changes of the general area over time. There are some notes relating to some sort of civil war within the country, and again, a lot of information on the family itself, the Ashheim family. The painting is again a family of 3, all Elden, father, a mother, and a daughter. I feel like I had more notes on this. The girl appears to be about 7. And you don't know exactly how Elden people age, but you guess the mother and father in late 20s. The girl is wearing a large green heart-shaped amulet that almost seems to glow even within the painting itself. Something else that sticks out to you about the painting, the daughter looks kind of excited, the mother looks content. What really surprises you is the father. Even though these paintings are done in a way that are meant to give off a certain appearance, and you'd figure an artist would take the effort of trying to correct this, even if his models were not cooperating. There is a profound sadness and frustration that is evident in the father's expression. But you get the impression that this might be the Ashheim family that the books are referring to. And that is all you pick up.
I share this information with the group.
As you share this, the drow kind of uses some sort of telekinetic spell to turn one of the chairs face back to the fire and sits in it before causing the fire to rise up and begin lighting and warming up the room. But he seems to be blocking himself from it. Can I interest you in some tea?
Yeah.
Alright, so those of
Do you have any beer?
I would rather not, because I still don't trust him.
Exactly.
He's not going to spike tea.
But I thank him anyway.
He gives you a polite nod.
I like
To-
Tommy and Susie were thinking the same thing.
To you,
I
Seth,
look at you guys like, what? I shouldn't.
Hey, if you want to, you want to. We're not going to stop you. If we have to carry your unconscious body, we will.
I'm not that big.
to you, Seth, he says, Drow do not traditionally drink alcohol, but I suppose it's possible I may have a bottle of wine for entertaining guests. He rings a bell, and a few moments later you see a robed figure kind of shuffle into the room with a small tray. Sure enough, there is a dusty wine bottle sitting on top of it, if you want that set. Who did it? Just Breela is accepting the tea?
Seems like it, yeah.
Okay. Fresh, hot tea. It's kind of funny. Breela, the rest of them might have been off-put by this, but you're actually familiar with the concept, being a druid. It is not a traditional tea leaf kind of tea. It's got a very earthy taste to it, and slight hint of mushroom. And like, again, something you would be fairly familiar with, a bit of an acquired taste for most people, but again, you've done the same at times in your life. But this again makes sense to you with the drow having spent several generations living underground. They wouldn't have had access to traditional plants. And this is pretty much the only kind of tea they would have been able to acquire. But you suffer no ill effects from sipping on it. I see you
Meanwhile,
are...
I take the whole wine bottle and just...
I see you are a very intelligent and inquisitive group. He kind of looks, side glances at you, Set, most of you anyway.
Damn. He just went for the...
That doesn't even notice.
He doesn't expect you to. He figures you'll probably be offended 3 days from now. You are correct. The Ashheim is at the center of this task that I need completed. Now, I have to say, the group I sent after this before, meeting undead, is surprising. It wasn't outside of the realm of possibility, but it's very intriguing that this is what happened. You see, my government lent an artifact, a book, to the Ashheim family many generations ago. The Ashheim family was a long line of high wizards working for what was the leading tribal family of this province. When old Klevstad, I don't know did we lose somebody? We lost you there for a moment. And she's back. Alright. About 400 years ago, the old city of Klevstad was destroyed. when the lake that the city sits on was created by the dam on the far side. The Ashheim family was still in possession of this book that belongs to my people when the city was destroyed, and it was recently discovered that it may be entombed with him. We have reason to believe he may have survived the initial disaster and interred himself with the book in hand. I need someone or some people to go and retrieve this book from his tomb and return it to us. I am offering 2,500 gold pieces now that I know that you will be facing resistance, and it is not as simple as walking into.
Are we still here?
Yeah. Yep. Can you hear it?
Who, me?
Shakir sounded like she couldn't hear us.
Oh.
Okay, she must not be getting audio. Can you hear us now?
We hear you now. I can tell you how it's supposed to do that.
Yeah.
I'm getting annoyed. That was like within 2 minutes of each other.
All right. So 2,500 gold pieces. Now that I know that you'll be facing resistance, and I may be able to throw in something extra if you can find out exactly what is happening there and report back to me with it. We were led to believe that Eric Ashheim deplored necromancy. It's surprising to find that his tomb would be guarded by the undead.
Do you have a map?
Veek will meet you down at the docks and can sail you out onto the lake. The remains of the city are now an island, almost at the center of the lake. And you will be provided with means to return when you complete your task.
Do you have any recommendations on how to get past the undead?
Kill them.
Your religious friend here is correct. None of you look like strong enough spellcasters to destroy them or take control over them via magic, so you simply have to kill them. Of course, you'll want to make sure that your weapons either have a magical enchantment or are silvered, at the very least. Depending on the type of undead creatures that are there, it may be the only way to defeat them.
Now that you bring that up, I have a question. I still have the Peppermint Great Axe equipped as my main. That doesn't count as silvered, does it?
It's magical, so it would have the same effect.
Okay, good. Sorry, continue.
What about the axe you picked up?
Well, that one's just on my belt.
Yeah, that doesn't appear to have any magical aura to it or anything.
Okay.
I think my bow is just a regular bow.
Well, as far as bows go, it would be ammo that you're looking for. Silver arrows.
Do you have a place for us to sleep as we leave out in the morning?
That would prove difficult. Fortunately, the lake here is affected by the tides. I'm not sure you would be able to, unless, of course, you're all secretly merfolk, I don't think you'd be able to get into the tomb without.
We can sleep at the inn and then we can come back.
What I am saying is during daylight you may not be able to get to the tomb.
Mm.
As unpleasant as it may seem, you may have to go at night.
Interesting.
Look at Gaylord. He hasn't said much. How are you feeling about this?
I want to go kill undead.
He's ready to
That's
go.
kind of my.
He's already
purpose in
halfway
life
out the door, swimming out to the island.
Meanwhile, Set finishes the wine with a really loud belch and says, "I'm for killing whatever needs killed."
I hope you're not too inebriated, my friend.
What? What's this big word? I'm a little drunk.
As long as you don't swing that axe at me, we're good.
Why would I
Well-
swing axe at you? You, my friend.
It sounds like everybody is interested in going to find this book, but we have to leave soon.
Agreed.
I wish you the best of luck. And again, I will throw on a bonus to that reward if you're able to find out why his tomb is being guarded by creatures that he despised. Well, if there is nothing else, my day is just getting started. He kind of gestures towards the door.
Hey, all right. I'm getting out of here. It's creepy.
Yep. Right behind you.
Right behind you.
Alrighty.
Set stands for a moment and asks the old wizard, "Do you have any more wine for road?"
Set, let's go.
Okay. And he just tosses the wine bottle behind him and it breaks on the floor.
You hear an audible sigh after the crash of glass. And as you guys leave the tower, you get the distinct impression of the door being forcefully slammed behind you, even though no one was following you.
But the freaking goblin's like, I'm gonna follow these guys, and then I'm gonna fucking slam the door again.
Anything you guys would like to do
You
before
said
you
I
head down
need
to the docks?
silver arrows, correct?
Yep.
Would there be any shops that would provide that here?
I was also thinking the same thing.
Yep. Yeah, easy enough. You can find a Fletcher. Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll for anything, but to get a set of 20 silvered arrows, double check something here.
Excuse me.
If you insist.
Yeah, the lasagna's getting to me. I'm gonna get quite burpy. Sorry, guys.
I should have had some of this lasagna. I would have really added to the character today.
Where's the ammo? Yeah, so you're looking at about 80 gold pieces for a set of 20.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Done.
And Katya, I completely forgot about starting a equipment stuff, so I don't know if you had any gold on you.
I don't think I did.
Okay, so we'll hand
I can
wave
spare
it.
her some gold.
Oh, well, see, that's very nice of you. So, Balana offers you the gold you need to equip yourself with some silver arrows.
Thank you.
No problem.
I accept it.
Fantastic.
Are there any any such thing as a silver hand axe?
That sounds interesting.
Any weapon can be silvered for 100 gold pieces plus the cost of the weapon itself. And of course, if
Oh no, sorry, go ahead.
unless you're talking about having a weapon that you already own silvered, which would be about 100 gold pieces, but that would also take about an hour if you can find a smith that has the time to do it immediately. And of course, he might charge you a little extra just for expediting.
Alright, it is probably a stupid question. It's not related to our game, but did you turn off the candle warmer?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm actually going to withhold buying anything right now.
Okay.
Well, and I don't have anything that. No,
Yeah,
like
you use spells
weapons,
anyway.
but yes. So.
Yeah, you got spells.
You should have spells that,
Boo-boo.
like,
All right, so everybody's comfortable. Gaylord, you have a magic weapon, I assume.
Yeah, I've got a dagger of second death that I'll probably be using, and then I have a warhammer.
Okay, is
Interesting.
the warhammer magical, or
The warhammer is not magical as far as I'm aware.
all right? So, depending on what you run into, that one may do half damage, because a lot of undead are resistant to weapon attacks that are not silvered or magical. The dagger of second death, if I remember what that does correctly, that would be very effective.
Yes.
I forgot how he got that dagger.
That's from the Diablo campaign. I forgot about it. You guys you took that off of the boss fight right before our campaign
Yeah.
fell apart. All right, so if everybody,
That was forever ago.
yeah, if everybody is satisfied, you make your way down to the docks as the sun is not quite setting, but there tends to be cloud cover on the horizon at all times in this country, and the sun is starting to peek behind that as you make your way down to the docks. You find Veek waiting for you next to probably the nicest looking tiny sailboat on the docks, bearing again the compass rose with the four skulls on the sail itself. And as he sees you approach, he says, "Ready to depart when you are." And he points at you, Set, and says, "Get in carefully."
Just for that, he should purposely stop on the.
Capsize it, you buy it.
Well, it's not that I'm purposely stomping. It's that I don't even know that I'm stomping.
It just makes it funnier.
All right, so as Set steps 1 foot in, the boat tilts almost 90 degrees to starboard, and then back upright as he puts his other foot in. Crouch, damn it! Do you
You said
understand?
it's
No center of gravity.
You said it's a sailboat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A sailboat whose waterline is about 2 feet higher. Now that Set got in.
I climbed the sail.
Oh dear.
My goodness. All right.
You are one interesting.
I look up at her, worried that she's gonna fall.
Now, wait, hold on. Do you climb up there as elf girl, or do you like polymorph into something?
Hold on. Let me.
I forgot she could polymorph. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Or wild shape? Sorry, it's a little different than polymorph.
Yeah.
You
Hold
magically
on.
assume the shape of a beast that you have seen before, twice per short rest.
Fucking monkey.
It can't. At the moment, you cannot take anything that has a flying or swimming speed, per se. But most basic animals.
No, just for now, I go as me.
Okay.
Oh dear.
All right. The rest of you hop in.
Yep.
All right. So you all get onto the boat. Veek takes his position back at the rudder. And unmoors the vessel, lets it sail out onto the lake. A brisk breeze pulls you along the water, the calm lake of Klevstad, and out towards the center, the city receding behind you. The trip takes about 20 minutes. Any thing you guys want to talk about along the way, or you travel in silence?
I'm looking around with my advantage point. Trying to see if I
wouldn't
spot
wanna discuss
anything.
anything with the goblin.
Breela, could you go ahead and give me a perception check with advantage?
Okay.
What was that?
No, wife yelling at the cat.
Okay, I rolled a 15, and then what do I add?
Okay,
hold on,
so-
I got it right here.
You have advantage,
Okay.
so roll twice and take the higher.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, the other one was a 1, so I guess we're going
So
15.
And then, Breela, your perception is +4.
So
16,
15 plus
17,
4.
19.
19.
There you go.
Alright. Yeah, you've got... Nothing is getting within a mile of that boat without you being aware of it.
Not even the Loch Ness Monster.
Do I notice anything? Anything in the water or anywhere within that mile?
Yeah, it's a fairly calm lake. Surprisingly full of life. You get occasionally, it's murky, but you get the impression of some very large fish occasionally skimming, the surface, just below the surface, I should say. Very, very full of life lake. But over the course of that travel, you don't see much in the way of other vessels, especially after the first few minutes. Most of the other vessels are docked within, sight of the shoreline, fishing and whatnot, and some of them are starting to come in for the day. But once you get past the first 5 minutes, you seem to be very much alone out there. And you have very good range of vision here, too, because the... which moon is it? The moon of Zena is full tonight. So you're able to see clear across the surface of the water, but you do not encounter much until towards the end of the trip. You begin to see things sticking up out of the water, man-made ruins. It appears to be bits of structure sticking out of the water, and an island in the center of these random outcroppings, which appears to be a large flat hill that was once above ground or water, but when the lake filled in, it became an island. Anybody else have anything for the trip?
No, not really.
Okay. So, again, towards the end of the trip, as these outcroppings begin coming up, you see Vik maneuver around structures that are still somewhat sticking up, either close to the surface or out of the water. As you approach this large hill turned into an island, the island itself is mostly devoid of trees or anything like that, but you see the ruins of some structures on its surface as well, the silhouette of them anyway, as the sun finally completely sets. And he pulls up to a gradual slope that acts as a beachhead essentially on this island. The boat glides onto the shore, comes to a stop, and you see Vik pulls out a large scroll in a metal casing, and he hands it in your general direction. Who goes to reach for it? He hands in your general direction and says, "This will allow you to get back to the city when you've completed your task."
I ask him, but what if we need you before that?
There's nothing that I can assist you with in the meantime.
Okay, I'll take the scroll.
As you reach for it, he kind of pulls it back. This time, if you're not coming back with the book, I wouldn't suggest you come back at all. And kind of slaps it into your palm. Everybody getting off the boat?
We're
Yeah.
getting off the boat.
I don't like this man.
Yeah, y'all
Yeah,
gotta get off before I do. Come on.
You get off and it slingshots back up.
The goblin especially goes flying.
It just shoots me off.
Alright, so you guys get off the boat.
Yep.
Yeah.
As the last of you departs, he uses an oar to push the boat back off of the beach, and uses it to kind of drift the boat backwards before catching the wind again, not taking his eyes off of you, giving you a very pointy-toothed grin. Good luck! And he sails off into the lake.
Does anybody else want to shove a sword up his ass?
Yes.
Glad I'm not the only one.
So, as you find yourself on this lonely island that was once a piece of an ancient city, in search of this mysterious book owned by a seemingly reluctant necromancer, that is where we are going to go to break. We will be back in about 10 minutes, and when we return, we will find out what our brave adventurers find on this mysterious ancient island. We'll be back in a little bit. I always have such a hard time. All right, welcome back. When we left off, the party arrived on this island that is all that remains above water of the old city of Klevstad. And we're left on shore with a scroll of town portal and a creepy wish of good luck. And they are now alone on this eerily silent island in the center of this frigid lake.
Is our layout set up correctly?
Oh, I don't know what happened to... That's weird. Oh, wait, hold on. Might be because I minimized instead. There you go. Great. So, what would you guys like to do?
I guess we try to plan how we go in, or we just go in weapons blazing.
I vote that.
Of course. Well, Breela, you've become the leader of the group for this session. What would you like to do?
Oh, great.
Baila's like, well, shit.
Well, I don't wander off too far. Slowly walking further inland. Cautiously. Weary. Looking for any clues or anything that we can pick up on the way. Anything that would help us. And keeping my ears peeled.
Alright, roll a perception check.
Yeah, okay. That's D20.
Plus...
Yep. Plus, I think her perception was 1?
4.
4.
18.
18.
I got a 14 plus 4.
Alright, the island is fairly barren of plant life or anything like that.
Darn.
And as you proceed upward, this is pretty much the only direction to go here, besides sideways.
New way went up.
You find the crumbled remains of some old homes and other structures. Most of the damage here appears to have been done on purpose rather than by weathering. You see some of the stones look like they have been crumbled by weapons. There's still some evidence of the long ago fire damage and things like that. Though it's been partially washed away by seasons and seasons of snow and melt. There's still some carbon scoring on the remains of some of these structures. Occasionally you see 400 years. It's a fantasy setting. We'll say you also see some skeletal remains partially buried in the dirt and mud as you proceed forward towards what appears to have been at one point the center of this city. You eventually, after a few minutes, you find your way to what looks to be the remains of a keep-like structure, which is mostly just an outline of broken walls at this point. Yeah, you can still see the stone floor of a castle or a longhouse of some sort, and broken stone walls framing what used to be the outside of the building. And nearby, you find a large cemetery surrounded by a short stone fence that is still in pretty good condition. The mausoleums that dot this cemetery and the stones actually seem to have held up better than anything else on this island. What would you like to do?
I have a question.
I probably have an answer.
Okay, do we know, and like, are these intelligent undead people or things, or we don't really know anything?
He didn't specify
Yeah.
what he ran into, just that he implied the use of weapons.
Okay.
That's
I would like to use a spell to find traps.
okay. What's the spell?
Called find traps.
Okay, cool. Does what it says on the tin. Sense the presence of a trap. Any trap within range that is within line of sight. You detect nothing. And that is a second level spell, so make sure you mark off a second level spell slot.
Okay.
So you have there's spells. You have 2 second level spell slots, and you have 4 first level.
I think I did it right on the app. Okay.
Yep.
All right. You said I didn't find anything?
Yeah, no traps within visual range, and you have a
well.
pretty good view of the entire cemetery. So the
Okay.
outside appears to be safe.
That was a waste.
Well, now you know for sure it's safe to proceed into the cemetery itself. So.
Right. Question is, can you use it again, or is it after a short rest or a long rest type of thing?
She has 2 second level spell slots. She could use one more time.
Okay. It might come in handy in the crypt at some point.
All right. So how would you guys like to go about searching for your destination?
Is there headstones?
There are headstones, mostly on the outer rim of the cemetery. However, most of the center of the cemetery is more mausoleums.
Are the mausoleums labeled by name?
Yes, it appears to be. There appears to be family names
I think
above
all we
most
gotta
of
do is
them.
find the guy's name to see if it has a way of going into his tomb.
Okay. Who wants to lead that search?
I suppose I could lead that search as cautiously as I can too.
All right. Roll investigation.
Okay. Damn it, I just pressed the wrong button. $17.
17. Very nice. You start searching the mausoleums, one by one, looking at the names above. And as you are proceeding through the cemetery, you do hear faint scratching coming from behind most of the closed doors on these structures. But before you even find the name,
Thank you.
you notice one very large mausoleum that seemed to have a very central place in the layout of the cemetery. Has the doors are hanging wide open, and sure enough, above these doors, you read the name. It looks a little weird in the script that was used at the time, but it resembles the last name Ashheim. And there's also a phrase just below it that appears to be in giant.
In giant?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I already know I don't know giant.
Yeah,
What about Seth?
Me know what?
Giant.
Giant? Yes, me know giants. Me know one, maybe 3 giants.
No. Seth, can you speak giant? Can you read giant?
Yes, you remember learning that.
All right. Would you like to
Can you
read
tell
the?
us what it says on the
Me
below
try.
the name?
Set goes up to read the script above that just below the name Ashtime, and it says Tomb of the High Wizards.
Mm.
It says Tomb Wizards High. Tomb High Wizards? Tomb of the High Wizards. I think that's what it's.
Interesting.
What would you guys like to do? Oh, and at this point, now that you've gotten closer, you also see very clear indication of a blood trail coming out. Most likely
Jesus.
the results of the gentleman you met in the tavern.
Any ideas?
Well, if nobody else is gonna go in, I guess I'll go by myself.
All right, you don't have dark vision, right?
No, I
you're
don't think he
human.
does.
I think so.
All right, so you go up to the doors and you see a set of steps descending into pitch black.
Oh wait, I have a torch.
Okay.
Do you really want to light a torch in this place? Wait, no. Wait, hold on.
I think I have dark vision.
I believe I
Oh.
had dark vision as
Yeah.
well. But what about Seth and Gaylord?
Yeah, I'm not sure about Set. I don't know if I can't remember if Leviathans have dark vision. I know humans don't. So you may not have any choice if you want everybody to be able to see what's going on in front of them.
I mean, do I really need to see?
If you want to make sure
Oh,
you're able to
dear.
hit what you want to hit.
I was just gonna start swinging at anything. We all know it.
Yep.
I
keep going up the
have
tree.
dark vision up to 60
What the
feet.
hell?
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean that for that to come up on the main screen.
I have dark vision as well.
Right. So we probably could light a torch for Gaylord and Seth.
It's up to you how you guys proceed.
Hey, Lord Set, would you guys like a torch?
Yes.
Yes, we
Alright.
take torch.
Alright, I give you guys one.
Thank you.
All right.
I kind of elbow Gaylord and say, "She gave us fire. She not know how big mistake this is."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Gaylord makes a note not to let Set hold the torch. All right. So marching order heading into the.
Well, whoever's in front should be able to be good at melee. Considering I'm a ranged character.
So, not me.
I think that's either you or me, Jake. What do you think?
Well, I think you and I have to go in together, so we might as well go in first and then just draw them out, I guess.
Sounds good to me.
bitches. No, I'm kidding.
Are you guys scouting ahead?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So Set and Gaylord. Alright, bear with me just a moment here while I switch screens.
Take your time.
And fire up. Yes.
Why does my phone keep vibrating?
Alright, so. Who's holding the torch? Set, Gaylord, right?
Set and Gaylord, yeah.
And I know I'm also good with melee, but I will stay back with the other two in case they need it.
Alright, so
Right.
I'm going to move you guys here, because you did not go in with them.
I'm gonna stay with the girls. And they're gonna protect me.
Alright, so Gaylord, you heading in ahead of him?
Yeah.
Since you got the torch? Alright. Everybody can see this okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
You find yourself in a large underground rectangular room. There are 4 pillars and a closed door on the far side. You immediately catch the smell of blood and the beginnings of decomposition. And you see several bodies spread around the room.
Are those torches that they could light?
Yep.
Well, then let's light the torches in the room.
Yeah.
Alright.
Too
This
bad I
will take.
can't. I can't snap my fingers
Okay.
with this character to light the torches.
Nope, put the floor down. Fortunately, some of the lights in here you can't just turn on and off. You have to replace it with the lit version. But
I
Which is-
apologize.
It's okay. It's one of those things that they're still in beta, aren't they?
yeah, it's just this was an odd decision to make it so you have to actually
Yeah.
change.
Well, maybe it's something that they'll fix later.
Hope so, because otherwise this is a fantastic program. Yeah, I'll just put it over
Yeah, it looks really cool.
the. Alright, you light all of them, I assume. I just started putting them in to ask. Alright, so you have lit all of the torches.
And then the doors open. Bum bum bum. No, I'm kidding.
Set, did you follow close behind or did you stay by the stairs as he lit these?
Oh, I thought I was helping him light them. I thought I was
Oh.
lighting one side, right?
Okay, yep, that works. Alright, so I need.
What just happened?
It's a good question. Oh,
The
wait,
We
torches are
disappeared.
Yep.
what did I do? I'm not sure how I screwed that up.
It's okay, man. It's okay. Shit happens.
Yep. Remember my hotkeys. It's like the weird thing in that swamp palace where you guys would like end up on the roof on when I was moving shit around.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I need Set and Gaylord to roll initiative.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Do I have advantage or anything?
Not this time.
Well, I rolled a 1.
Oh, shit.
What's your
Oh, it's up to
dexterity?
me.
What's
My
your-
That's bad.
dexterity. So it would be 2.
2 total. Okay.
Yeah.
What do we roll for initiative again?
D20
Nat
plus
20.
dexterity.
Yep.
Plus dexterity. My dexterity. Okay, you're not gonna like this. I only rolled a 5.
Oh,
Okay.
God. Oh, God.
The
Oh, and
dice
the top,
god
I
saved us.
only have 19 hit points too, so
We're gonna die, guys.
Well, luckily I'm a tank, so that should help.
yeah.
Sorry, what was your total set? 6?
Sorry, no, it's 5. I don't have any plus dexterity.
Alrighty.
We
Well,
need to fix that when you level up, bud.
I'd have thought we didn't level up, though.
No, like
well,
when
when
you do
you
though.
do.
Oh, no, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
Mhm.
He's gonna add some gremlins in there or something.
Oh, jeez.
Those look like monsters from Monsters, Inc. Shit.
I wouldn't know. I can't actually see them. It's just they just look blue to me. That's it. You know me, my blind ass.
Alright, so, as you finish lighting the torches, you hear this kind of rush, like an angry whisper, coming at you, and you turn around to see, coming out of the walls, 4 spectral figures carrying swords and bearing some, what looks to be fairly heavy armor, and they come rushing at you. We'll go ahead and change the battle music here.
Alex, how many hit points do you have?
I think you said 19.
No, I have 27. That was, Jake.
Oh, okay.
And we will just go clockwise here. Starting with this one. Rushes up to you. Alright. Takes a jab at you with the long sword. 17 to hit.
Yes.
There it is. Oh, yeah. 11 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And then next, this one flies for you, Set.
Oh, yay.
9 to hit. Is that a hit?
Sorry, Frack, I can't ever remember which die to roll.
No,
your
you don't
AC.
roll a dice. You check your armor AC.
Well, I'm sorry?
You check your AC.
If it matches your AC or higher, it's a hit. If it doesn't, it's a miss.
Oh, shoot, hold on. Frack,
Take your time. Take your time. It's been a while. Take your time.
It's on the printed sheet. It should be like center top in a
Oh,
shield
no,
shape.
here it is. It said 9 to hit?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm higher than that.
Cool.
Then it misses.
All right. This one comes for you as well.
Oh, man. Bastards.
10 to hit.
Nope. Doesn't get me.
Right. This one, of course, comes for the closest. Goes after Gaylord. 16 to hit.
It did exactly what it needed.
Exactly what I needed. Seven points of piercing damage.
Yay, I have 1 hit point left.
Oh,
Yay!
Jesus. Well, you're a cleric. You have healing spells, right?
Yeah.
All right. That is their turn. Set, you're next.
I would like to attack.
All right. Which one do you want to go after?
Yeah, go to the one to my left.
All right. Number 2.
And then, alright, which die do I roll for that?
Let's see. What weapon are you using?
I'm going to use the Great Axe.
Go back to. So for your peppermint great axe, it should be D20 plus 7 to attack.
23.
23 definitely hits. And let me see. 1d10 cold damage. 1d10 plus 5, I should say.
1d10. And what the heck is my 10? Ah. What'd you say it was? 1d10 plus what?
Plus 5.
Plus 5. 15. Or, sorry, 14.
Alright. I can't. You guys are only your 3rd level. Do you guys have 2nd? Nope, you don't have 2nd attack yet. Alright, so that's your turn. Anything you want to do with a bonus action, or?
Let me double check. What are my bonus actions? Nope, I have no bonus.
Okay, would you like to shout up for help, or?
I'll roar a mighty battle roar.
Alright, so those of you who are outside of the tomb, you hear a couple squelches, a whimper from Gaylord, and a battle yell from Set.
Just imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger and Predator, just, that echoing off the walls.
Gaylord, your turn.
Have you used anything to help you? Are you healing yourself or anything?
I've got one that's called Cure Wounds. It says it's on touch mat. I don't know if I can use this on myself.
I believe you can, yes.
Okay, so it's 1 action. And it says that I get 1d8 plus your spell casting ability modifier.
And your spellcasting ability modifier would be Wisdom? Yeah, you're a cleric, so it'd be Wisdom.
It would be Wisdom?
Yep.
Yeah, so spellcast, so the Wisdom modifier is plus 4?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 5, 4, so I got 9 points of hit points back. So that puts me at 10.
Alright.
And then I'm going to mark off a spell slot. Because I think I have 3 slots of 1st level total. Right?
It sounds right. We don't have you in D&D Beyond, so I can't confirm. We don't have this character in D&D Beyond anyway.
Right. Well, my other character, I don't use a lot of spells, so... You know?
But yeah, I mean, it sounds right.
Okay, I'm just kind of talking through this as I'm going.
Alrighty.
And I think that's all I can do. I will yell, can I get any help down here? Maybe?
Nobody even has any healing potions on them today, do they?
I don't think we do.
Awesome. All right.
We didn't even think about that.
Hold on. Hold on.
No healing potions in my inventory.
None in mine either.
Sweet, you guys came prepared. All right, well,
Hold on. I would like to use. Actually, well, never mind. I don't know what I'm doing.
all right. Well, those of you who are out of the tomb, you've now heard the call for help. It is the end of the first round. If you guys would like to rush in and help, I'll need you to roll initiative as well.
I would like to sneak down there and help.
Okay, so sneaking would simply mean you'd use half of your movement speed. Instead of the full 30, you'd get 15 feet, which pretty much gets you to the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, be stealthy or whatever. And so what am I supposed to do? Roll for what?
Initiative, which is...
Initiative.
It is, you roll a d20 and you add your dexterity modifier.
Okay.
Which is +1.
Oh, that is terrible.
It's okay.
It is a 5 + 1, which is 6.
Better than a 2.
Sure.
I'm gonna step above set. Breela, what'd you get?
I'm sorry.
Your initiative.
What'd you get for initiative?
Okay, that's my 20
Mm-hmm.
plus dexterity, which I believe is +2. I got 16.
Alright, so you matched initiative with the sword rates, but that means you get to go first. And Balana?
21.
Nice.
I got lucky. Let's just say I got lucky.
I almost wrote Mira. Alright, so as you guys hear this, with a rush, just the sound of leather and her cloak flapping in the wind behind her, Balana just bolts down the steps. You want to use your full movement to get in?
Yeah.
Alright, so 5, 10, 15. 15 gets you to the bottom of the steps. How much further in you want to go? Or do you want to change direction?
Right there, and I'm, right there is fine, right where you have me.
Okay. And who would you like to take aim at?
I'm over here trying to zoom in my screen like an idiot.
Here are the...
I want to hit the one that's next, the one that's directly in front of Gaylord.
This one right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, roll for attack. Oh my gosh, I still have the Spanish music and the battle music. Not entirely appropriate for the locale, but...
I'm just dancing outside, like, hey.
I got 17 to hit.
What the fuck?
17 hits.
You know we heard that. You know what?
8 to. Oh wait, no. So 8 plus 3, so 11 for damage.
Alright, and you only have the one attack, right?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
It's weird though. It added plus 3, but on the hit DC it says plus 7.
Lies. I'm going back to play my game.
Let me,
I'm a little confused by that, but I'll take it.
hold on, let me see what, let's see, longbow. Hit DC plus 7, yeah. So I would add the plus 7. Oh wait, no, plus 7 is yeah, that's to hit. Plus you do plus 3 is the damage, because remember your hit DC includes your proficiency bonus.
Okay, so if I roll the d20 and then hit the plus 7. Okay, got it. Alright.
Alright, so what, yeah, 11 damage. Do you have any bonus actions or anything to take?
Bonus actions, hold on. It says like it listed a bonus action, but I can't remember what it said. It just said
Hunter's
2
Mark.
weapon fighting.
That just means you can fight with a weapon in both hands.
Okay.
Hunter's Mark is your other bonus action.
Does it really make sense to use Hunter's Mark now, though?
Yeah, because it stays up until the fight's over, and you can move it from one target to the next.
Okay. Alright, I'll do that.
Alright, that's Balana's turn. Breela, you are next. How far in you want to go?
I would actually like to use a spell.
Okay, from outside the tomb?
Well, it's passed without a trace, so it has an hour duration.
Yep.
So, and it's just myself. And that's one action. Ugh. And do I get to go in?
Hold on, I just need to look up the spell real quick.
Yeah. Hold on, I think so.
Shadows, plus 10 bonus to stealth checks. Can't be tracked except for by magical means. Alright, so you want to do a stealth check as you go in?
Yeah.
Okay. So roll a...
So wait,
D20.
this makes me not... They won't know I'm there, right?
Well, you still have to roll a stealth check, but you get a plus 10 to it.
Yeah.
On top of
Okay,
your
so-
modifier. So d20
Okay,
plus,
so... Plus 10?
plus your dexterity. So
which
basically
is,
plus
I
12.
believe, was okay. Come on, please be good. 15, 25, 27.
27, very nice. Alright, you move very stealthily down the steps. So that is your turn for now, but you have a clear view of the battlefield and you seem to be unnoticed. And that brings us to the wraiths. Alright, number 1's going after Gaylord, and that is a natural 1. Lucky you.
Aw, he missed.
Number 2 is going after Set. Ooh. 22 to hit.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, I took a hit there.
Six points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Don't forget about your rage ability, by the way. Number 3, going after Set. $18 to hit.
That is a hit.
Okay, I'm not trusting that dice anymore. Okay. 8 to hit, points of piercing damage. And number 4 is going after Gaylord. Jesus. 25 to hit.
Really? I think that one hits.
Just maybe. 8 points of piercing damage.
Yay, 2.
Better than
Set,
last time.
What are you at, Set?
13.
Okay.
Alright, so, Katya, your turn.
Okay.
Oh, you said you wanted to sneak down?
Yes.
Alright, so roll a stealth check, which is d20. You're a rogue, so you probably have a bonus to stealth.
I'd have to check. I have. Where would I check that?
Are you on, like a laptop?
Skills or abilities?
It's in abilities.
I think it might be in abilities.
Or no, it's additional skills. If you're on the desktop site, it'll be like in the center. We'll see like acrobatics, animal
I'm on the
handling.
app.
Okay. Do you know where it's listed, sweetie, on the app?
The skills?
Yeah.
So she has to go to the little box that has a whole bunch of little squares in it.
Yeah, it's gonna be red squares, and then you can push skills. It's gonna be the second one down, and
Yep.
it'll have little circles that could be checked, and then on the other side it'll say bonus.
Okay, mine is +3.
Alright, so
Alright.
d20 plus 3.
Which is 8 plus 3 is 11.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you slink down the stairs, feeling that you are being fairly stealthy, and again, you don't seem to draw any particular attention. Would you like to take an action, or?
Trying to figure out what my actions even are.
So base.
It's okay. Take your time. In that same tab that you went to before, underneath skills, is actions. You click
Hold on.
that and you get to find out what you can do.
There's like in combat and unarmed, and you can choose those.
Mm-hmm.
You also should have your bow. You have a short bow, right? It wasn't equipped.
Okay, I would like to attack the one that's in front of Gaylord
Okay, so
with
this
my
one
bow.
right here.
Yes.
All right. So first roll d20. Let's see. Looks like +3.
17 plus 3, which is 20.
Okay, that's a hit. Now first you're going to roll your short bow damage, which is 1d6 plus 1.
Okay, so which one is that?
D6 is a square.
The
the
cube.
Square?
cube. Yeah, cube.
I've got a 4.
4 plus 1 or 3 plus 1?
I think it's 4 plus 1.
Alright.
So
So
5 points of damage.
I
Now,
do 5.
the cool thing is, because you are a rogue, you have sneak attack. Because this one is engaged with Gaylord, you can add, let's see, 2d6 damage on top of that.
Okay, so would I roll again for that?
Yeah,
So
just roll
you
2d6.
roll you roll the d6 twice.
The
Okay.
cube twice, yeah.
Yeah. The cube twice.
I got 2, which is
Roll it.
1, and 1 plus 1 is 2.
Oh jeez.
Yep.
Does she add anything to it, hon?
Nope, just the dice. So what? I'm sorry. What was the
Okay.
total there?
2.
2.
It's
Better than nothing.
All right. Well, that's that. So she slinks down the stairs, fires an arrow across the room, and strikes for a significant amount of damage on one of the wraiths. Set, you are next.
I'm gonna attack the one on my left again.
So number 2. All right. Are you going to rage?
Yes, I am. They hit me, so I'm raging.
All right. So 1 rage. Bonus. Oops. Advantage on strength checks and saving throws, not attacks. Plus 2 melee damage. So you can add 2 to whatever your damage is if you hit. Resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, so you'll take half damage.
Alright. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3.
3 to hit.
Yeah.
Alright. You see Set go into a full-fledged rage, and he whiffs. As he swings with the peppermint great axe at the sword wraith.
Sorry, guys. I think it was that wine.
Gaylord, it is your turn.
Does anybody in the group, can they heal?
We have a spell slot first level for healing word. It's
think that's
60
what I do.
feet. Yeah, it's 60 feet instantaneous for anybody I can see within range. Regains hit points 1d4 plus my spell casting ability modifier.
Okay. So I think instead of healing myself, I'm kind of pissed. I want to use my dagger and stab one of the ghosts that's closest to me.
Okay, just a moment. Oh, by the way, okay, I'm looking. You're a war priest. So you can, when you use your action to attack, you can actually make a second weapon attack as a bonus action.
Oh, cool. Okay, and I
And
can...
what's your wisdom modifier?
High.
+4?
I bet. Yeah.
So you can do that 4 times a day.
Okay.
And also, you have Guided Strike. For the second level, you can use your Channel Divinity to strike with supernatural accuracy. When you make an attack roll, you can use your Channel Divinity to gain 10 plus 10 to the roll.
Nice.
Make this choice after you see the roll, but before the DM says whether the attack hits or misses. Let's see. Channel Divinity. Double check. Because I think that you can use that 4 times a day. 2, 3. Oh, you also have Turn Undead, which is one of your Channel Divinity abilities.
Yeah, yeah.
Which would cause them to want to get away from you. Okay, Channel Divinity you can use once per long rest. So you can either use it for Turn Undead, or you can use it for the Guided Strike.
Well, I'll use the War Priest, so that way I can stab twice.
All right. So go ahead and roll your first attack. And
Okay,
you're going
I
after
don't know what.
this one.
I don't know what. Say what?
You're using your dagger, right?
Yeah, I don't know what attack bonus that has.
Does it say +1 or anything on it? Or is it just a standard dagger?
It says it's silvered, 1d4 + 2 piercing, +3 to undead, and not throwable.
Okay, so it'd be d20 +3 plus your dexterity modifier, I assume is higher than your strength? Or
So, wait.
it's a versatile weapon, so you can use strength or dexterity for it. Whichever's higher.
Strength's higher, so it would be +2 +3, so +5 to
Yep.
the d20.
Oh, and your proficiency bonus, sorry. Sorry about that.
So +7.
Yep.
Okay, so the attack bonus is +7 for this thing.
For you, yeah.
Okay,
Alright, so
that
go
would
for
put me at 21.
21 hits. And you're going after the one between the pillar and the wall? Right there?
Yeah.
Alright. Roll for damage, so it would be...
+5 to whatever I roll.
Yeah, that sounds right, because +3 for undead.
And these are undead?
Yep.
Okay. So, 6 points.
6 points. Alright, second attack.
$15.
15 hits.
And 6 more points.
Alrighty. Alright, that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
That brings us to... back to the top of the round. Balana, what would you like to do?
I would like to keep on shooting at the one that's in front of Gaylord.
Alright. Roll for attack.
Oh. Wait, what? Okay, I got 18.
18 hits. Roll for damage.
8 for damage.
Alright, as you loose another arrow at the one of the race that is attacking Zuko, it disappears in a plume of luminescent smoke. And you're down to 3.
Too bad I can't shoot again.
Alright. Breela, what would you like to do?
Briella, and I
Briella,
would
sorry.
like. It's all good. Healing word.
Sorry, I knew it was coming.
What? Healing word for Gaylord, instantaneous, and it says the creature of your choice that you can see within range regains hit points equal to 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
Okay.
So do I roll that, or does he?
Yeah, you would roll the healing points and give them to him.
Okay, so 1d4. That, okay, the triangle. Okay, I got a 4 plus.
Let's see.
I'm looking. I
I think wisdom is yours.
okay,
Yeah,
and
right.
that's
Yeah, we
plus,
did.
so 6.
So 6. All right, there you go, Zuko. Or fuck,
Great, thank you. I'm at
Gaylord.
8.
So you got 6 hit points back.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Great. All right. So the last one that's left on you is.
And that's with the same rage rolls, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. 22.
That's a hit. Roll damage.
6.
All right. 6 points of
Oh wait,
damage.
sorry, I forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot the +5, so that makes it 11 actually.
Oh, okay. All right. That one's in pretty bad shape then. All right, and it is going to go after who's here at the end. That would be
Belania.
Lost my d20. 23 to hit.
Ooh.
Sorry, you said 23 hit?
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And that is the end of the race turn. Katya.
What about me?
Oh, wait. Didn't you do the heal?
Oh, yeah, never mind.
So did I get lost? Yeah, alright, Katya, what would you like to do?
Attack the one that's in front of us.
Alright, are you still using your bow? Or do you want to use a dagger? Because ranged weapons at point blank range have disadvantage on the attack.
My dagger.
Alright. Check your character sheet, make sure. Alright. You want to use one in each hand?
Yes.
Alright. So you can actually make 2 attacks then. The first one would be d20 plus 3.
Okay. 7.
7 misses. Alright, so you whiff
4
on.
plus 3 is 7.
Yeah, 7 misses. Alright, your second attack has the same accuracy. It would just be less damage. So go ahead and roll a second attack.
I got a 13 on the dice.
That is enough to hit. um, Of how his mini
Ouch.
looks like freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger and Conan. So are you attacking the one right in front of you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I am attacking.
Alright, roll for attack.
Oh, 12.
12 hits. Roll for damage.
Another 11.
Fantastic. And let's see, 1, 2. Alright, you bring the axe straight down on top of what was once his head again. You feel that resistance of metal in the helmet as it splits open like butter. And you reach the what would have been the creature's skull. Again, poof.
Charge the last one!
And Gaylord, it's your turn to see if you can take it out before it hurts you any further.
Before it takes you.
Right. So I'm gonna use that War Priest one again so I can get a second attack.
Okay.
Well, the dice was an 18, so I'm assuming I got it.
Yep, you got it. Roll for damage.
6 points.
And... Yep, that'll do it. How do you want to do this?
Hey, what?
How do you want to do this?
I want to stab him through his heart.
Revenge.
So, seeing what Katya did, you look over at the creature that's been giving you so much grief for the last few seconds, actually.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's only been 18 seconds. And you stab it through the heart, through the chest plate, and poof, gone. Alright, and as the last one disintegrates, the room falls silent once again.
It's fun to torch looks sideways.
Alright, so all of the ghosts that appeared have disintegrated. What would you guys like to do?
Hold on.
I let out one final gigantic roar.
And after 6 seconds later, your rage dies down. The only thing left in the room now is the double doors on the far side.
Oh, we didn't come all this way for nothing. Let's go in.
Gaylord and Set leading the way again.
You sure you want to?
I don't want to.
I can, because it's only been 18 seconds, so I'm technically still under pass without trace.
Yep. Alright. Go ahead and roll another stealth check. So it's up to a minute, right?
It says an hour.
An hour. Okay, fantastic. That should probably get you through the entire dungeon.
No, I'm here. Alright, I rolled a 17, and stealth is under, hold on, I know this. It's under dexterity plus 2, so I got 19.
Nice.
Plus the 10. Wait, hold on. You got... What was your roll?
17.
Plus 10 is 27, plus...
2, which is my dexterity modifier.
So 29.
Am I...
Total.
Okay, well.
Fantastic.
There we go.
I just ran all the way through.
Yep.
Alright, so you open the double doors and head into the darkened chamber beyond with your dark vision 60 feet. You should be able to...
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see it's mostly just a large empty space. There is a doorway to the left, to the right, and there's a very narrow looking hallway straight ahead of you with no door on it at all. And a missing piece of the floor for some reason.
I was wondering, I'm like, I wonder if I can, like, get in the hole, but that's not supposed to be that way. But with my dark vision, I don't really see anything, like, in the room.
Nope, just a few empty braziers by each entryway.
Okay.
I couldn't put the braziers because there's no unlit version of it.
Okay. Is anybody gonna come in with me, or no?
I'll come in with you.
Okay, yeah, you have dark vision too, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So do I.
So, we don't need any torches right now.
All
Well,
right.
considering the torch set off the wraiths.
All right, so what would you like to do? Got 3 ways you can explore.
I actually would like to go to the right.
This way?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'll follow her.
Set's
going in.
gonna follow.
Keeping a hand on Katya's shoulder so he doesn't walk
Loser.
right into something. Alright, so walking to the right is a very nicely engraved stone door. It looks like it was once nicely engraved. The markings, whatever the pattern was on this door, looks to have been intentionally defaced. What would you like to do?
Is the door shut?
Yeah,
It's
it
open.
doesn't even have a like a latch or anything on it. It seems to be just a door that swings when you push it.
Okay. I guess I'll go in.
Push your way in. Looking around, you see the remains of some benches or pews. There's a large statue at the far end. It reminds you of a chapel of some sort.
Okay, I'm not seeing any spookies in her, am I?
Nope. All you see is the benches, the statue, which looks like its head was intentionally taken off from this distance, and a small fold of leather. It looks like I'd say from this, sitting at the feet of the statue.
Like to go investigate whatever's at the statue or around it.
Okay. Katya, you falling in or staying at the door?
I will follow them in.
Set.
As will I.
I will follow him lastly, yeah.
Okay, you're fine. Entering the main chamber. Are
Yeah.
you using your torch?
No.
Like I'm getting rid of this thing.
All right, so you're just gonna wander around.
And he
one.
walks into a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna
You
stand
have to
in the
move
dark.
very slowly to not run into anything. All right, Breela. As you get closer, you realize even without the head, you recognize this statue. You saw several of these inside Klevstad, the same figure, and actually all over the freaking country on your way in. This is clearly and was at one point an effigy of Chutar. Which is the traditional god of the Elden people. In life, it is said he is the one who led the Elden people in their fight against the Leviathans that they were enslaved to. After communing with wood elves and learning their ways, they took war back to their masters and set themselves free, and that is how these lands became their home. But this statue appears to be a depiction of him, and it has been, from the looks of it, intentionally defaced, just as the door was.
And what's that leather thing?
It appears to be a journal.
I would like to pick it up.
All right. This, surprisingly, though the that's what I'm looking for.
Can I read it?
The way you put words together, the order you put them in when you translate them. I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but yes, it is actually in common, even though it's worded weirdly because it's by someone who knows the language but didn't like speak it to a lot of people. Is the impression you get?
So sort of like when you read something from somebody whose language isn't English.
Like broken.
Yeah, kind of
they don't-
broken. Like they know the actual words, but they're not great at putting them in the proper grammar for the language.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
But
We've encountered a lot of that.
And the handwriting implies someone very educated, most likely, noble blood, so to speak, which is an odd concept in Elden culture. But whoever wrote this appears to have been the case. Most of the journal's pages are ruined beyond legibility in one way or another, but a few of them can actually be read fairly clearly. There is a page where he appears to belong to Eric. There's a page documenting his first day of training, and he talks about how he finds the art of necromancy a perversion of the arcane arts, and completely disgusting, but his father refuses to bend on pursuing a different school of magic. He has misgivings about who he calls the drow outsiders, that had taken political control over the tribe several generations before his time, apparently. And he mentions the cult of Thanatos coming to test his skill as he was coming of age. There's a page documenting the birth of his child Edith. There's a page documenting the death of his father and him wrestling with his mixed feelings about losing his one of a parent, but also somewhat celebrating not being under his thumb anymore. What really catches your attention, though, is towards the last page that has any writing on it at all, which... Alright, hold on. Let me exit this for a second. Minimize. There we go. Alright, the last page is very hastily written and is smeared with blood. Looks a bit like this.
Hey, I remember that.
And I will bring it up onto the screen, but let me know if you want me to just read it for you.
The music's a little intense there.
Yep, it is. Why is battle music ending up on that folder?
Good question.
Let's see. Letter. Alright. I don't know if you're on a phone screen or what. Do you want me to read it for you?
Yes, please.
If you could.
Yes.
Yep. Alright. The date heading appears to be in Giant, but you take it to probably be Last Seed. 213, and you're not sure about the symbols that mark the era, but you're guessing it's probably about 400 years previous to where you are. And it says, Clovestad is gone, as is all I love. There's a word that's completely faded out, the ink has rubbed away, and then lost control, wretched things, and then there's a spear of blood. City was overrun. I couldn't get into the keep before it too was swarming with the dead. Another smear of blood, only survivor. It is fitting atonement that I should have to another smear of blood. My wife and child on my own. Another smear of blood, like a bloody fingerprint. In my failure, another smudge of blood. Killed them with my own hand. Please forgive me. Penance is not...
There was a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Breela, roll an intelligence check.
That's... Okay. 20 plus 2. Alright, let me see what I roll. Oh, I got a 2, so 4.
4.
Oh, jeez.
Nothing.
Something about my heart tickles your brain, but you can't figure out why. That's all I can give you for a 4.
Okay. Alright, well...
I guess we should go check out the other room.
Yeah, I think we need to go straight across to the left room.
I can meet you guys there.
Okay.
Is Gaylord gonna try and follow you, or is he just still caught?
He hasn't even given
Yeah, should we help Gaylord get to the other side of the room?
pitch black.
He is.
Well, doesn't stop Set from trying. I need some light.
Light, please.
What do you guys want to do? Want to risk
Hold
turning on
on,
the
let me
torch?
see if I have any. I think I have pictures in my bag. Let me see.
Do you
I
want to
can't
risk it?
remember. I
Can we
don't
just
know.
tell him what it says?
I would say
Oh,
tell
I
him.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just tell him what it says.
Do it.
Alright, I'm looking at it and I tell him what's on there.
Okay. Giant has its own script though, so would you like to like draw the symbols on his skin or something?
Yeah, I guess so.
Roll an intelligence
that.
check for me, Set. So you
Oh,
can
jeez.
translate
Oh,
the
geez.
tactile
Oh, God.
sensation.
Oh no.
Oh my
My
God.
intelligence here.
Oh, this is gonna end up bad.
Alright, let's see. Damn it. Hold on. Where the hell did my die go?
You dropped it.
Your cat ran off with it.
This is
Oh! Hold on, let me try
not
that
gonna
again.
go well.
13.
13. All right. Takes you a lot of effort. There's steam pouring out of your ears, but you believe it feels like the letters for family.
For what? Sorry, you cut
Family.
out. Okay.
I'm sorry, Matt.
Don't. I will give you disadvantage on every roll for the rest of your life.
Okay, fine. I'll stay quiet.
I don't get it.
He was going to make some sort of reference to that goddamn meme.
Just check
Oh,
the chat.
that's what he was gonna do?
Oh God.
We have a family.
All right. What would you like to do?
I like how Matt knew instantly what Alex wanted to do.
I kind of see what the group wants to do. Do we really want to go into what might be the
Individual
group?
rooms.
Yeah, look.
Well, if it says family, do you think the other doors have like names on them?
As far as Breela could tell, each of those doors in the hallway has a first name.
What about the name Edith?
Yeah, do I see Edith?
You want to go in and check all the doors?
Yeah.
I don't
can
want to
help her
go
with that
in.
too.
I just want to look at the doors right
I
now.
just want to look at the doors.
You do not see the name Edith. You do, however, see the name Eric.
Okay.
So
We might as well.
that leads you to believe this is where the family of the High Wizards were placed, separate from the wizards themselves.
I kind of want to know what's behind that door, but I also don't want to know what's behind that door.
Okay, hold on, let me take a look here. I got an idea.
Okay, take your turn.
Okay. Belanio, what's your hit points right now?
My hit points? 10.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Set can't see shit.
What about Katya?
Yeah, what's your hit points?
I have no idea.
I don't think she's taken any damage.
I haven't taken any.
Yeah, no.
So she'd be 15.
Okay. And you do have dark vision.
Yep.
So, how would you feel about going in?
I'd be fine with that.
Okay. Because I only have 2 more spell slots. And it has to be either a cantrip or a 1. And I do have a resistance spell. So it says you touch one willing creature before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add that number rolled to a saving throw of its choice. So if I need to use that after we go in, depending on what we come up on. But I say we go in.
Let's do it.
All right. So it is at the end of the hall.
Oh, great.
You go through the door, and you find.
We left Gaylord out there still?
Yep.
Alright, he's just roaming.
walks into a wall.
It's kind
Um,
of like that tennis game you play on where he just kind of bumps into the wall. Or like when the DVD player goes to like that like save screen and he just bounces around. All right, well, just let him do that.
That
all right.
game has a name, and I can't. Kaliko? Is that the one?
All right.
Nah.
So you enter the door and you find a room with 2 stone sarcophagi. And there are names inscribed into the top, but it looks like it was chiseled by somebody who was not. That wasn't their forte. They didn't really have any skill at doing it, but they were determined to mark them with names. And one says Edith. The other says wife. For some reason, I cannot find her name in my notes. But, yeah.
The other says what?
I was making a joke. It says the name of the wife. I just can't seem to find it in my notes for some stupid reason.
Oh Jesus, honey.
But one does says Edith, so it appears to be his daughter.
Nothing else in the room except for those 2 things.
Nope.
Why do I have a feeling like we have to open that thing?
I agree.
I don't want to, but
What's dead should stay dead.
yeah. But I bet we need set to push it open.
We probably do.
I'm your man.
All right, so you go to push it open.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, easy enough for you. You could do it without a roll. They could have opened it too. It just would have required a strength check.
Okay.
But you effortlessly, you're opening Edith's sarcophagus.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes.
So you slide off the lid. Between the cold and the fairly airtight nature of this, the corpse inside is somewhat mummified. Basically a mummified corpse, clothes still relatively holding up. I mean, dusty and I don't know what the word I'm looking for. That yellowed look when something
Embalmed.
sits for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
But immediately your eyes are drawn as you open the casket to the green heart-shaped gem
The
necklace.
from the picture.
She has his heart. Could it mean the necklace?
That is what was
The-
tickling your brain, Breela.
From the oil painting. Right? Well, I guess we have to.
Do we really gotta take her necklace off?
I
feel like
don't
she's gonna
want.
like rise up and punch
I
the
know.
crap out of us.
Grab my hand like.
Like, bitch, give me my necklace back.
There's also an odd glow coming from it.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm still
Oh,
pass
lovely.
without a trace, but I don't know if taking someone's necklace will pass with that.
I'll do it.
Right?
Alright, if you do that, then I'm on the ready with this resistance just in case we have to attack something.
Alright, so Katya, you're pulling off the necklace?
Yes.
Alright. Yeah, as soon as you grab it and you pull it, you're trying to. I assume you're probably trying to figure out how to get it over her head or something. But the chain practically disintegrates. All of the time it's been sitting in here, the chain easily breaks off, and you have the green stone in your hand. And as soon as you have it in your hand, from somewhere you sense elsewhere in the tomb, you feel this something you could only describe as like this angry wind.
Oh shit.
And it glows brighter. But
Gaylord's in
nothing,
the dark, like, what the fuck?
but nothing else happens.
I told you to don't touch a thing. Okay, so nothing else happens?
But
Not
it is-
in this
it
room,
is
but I'm pretty sure
glowing.
you
Not
might
yet.
piss off Eric.
Do we need to check the other one or no?
I don't think so. I mean, it's just the wife, but if you guys want to check it,
I don't want to just
I
start
guess it wouldn't
opening.
hurt.
Alright,
Or
I
would
I
guess.
would like to check the wife.
Yeah, that's what I don't want to leave any
Anything out. Yeah.
stone unturned.
Right.
Totally pun intended.
You open up her sarcophagus, similar condition. Nothing else really sticks out inside of it.
Right.
Like,
No second necklace.
nope.
Alright. Oh,
Would you like me to read that passage of the letter again to see if there's anything else?
yeah.
Yes.
Something so vile and unnatural I could barely stand to gaze upon it, but as it is how I will repay my debt to the world and to my family. My phylactery, the Edith, she does have my heart. She will ensure I do not lose my will. Anything out of there ringing any bells for anybody?
No, my brain's not working.
Not that I can think of now.
Anybody like to roll an intelligence check to see if anything sticks out for your character?
Sure.
I will.
Alright.
Or Sissy can.
That's a D20, right?
Yeah.
Yep, D20 plus intelligence.
Oh, it's a good thing she took it. My intelligence plus 0.
What is my intelligence? I don't remember.
And actually, on second thought, not just intelligence, I'll let you use Arcana if you have it.
What?
Arcana is basically magic.
I don't
I
think
have
I
that.
do.
I have that. It's, I believe, 4 advantage plus 2.
Alright. If you want to do
Hold
it,
on.
go ahead.
Let me make sure. Yeah, no, it's 3 plus 2. Okay, so it's D20. Well, 4, 5, 6, and 9 total. Woo.
9 total. Yeah, that's good enough. Thinking back to the letter, the word phylactery keeps ringing in your head. It's such a strange word. You know you've heard it before. And then you remember phylactery. It's the word. It's very forbidden aspect of necromancy. It is where a lich keeps their soul. So that if their form is destroyed, they can just keep coming back.
Hell no.
So the heart is his soul?
Did we just release his soul?
Did we just release him?
No, it's what keeps him from being able to be completely destroyed. As long as the phylactery is intact, you can kill him as many times as you want. He's just going to keep coming back. So it implies if that is in fact his phylactery, that means he is, undead somewhere in this tomb, most likely, and he cannot be destroyed as long as the phylactery is intact.
But I take it because of the angry wind, he knows we have his phylactery.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But why would he do that if he doesn't like the undead?
And he doesn't like the idea of necromancy.
You want me to reread the end of the letter?
Yeah.
Yes.
She will ensure I do not lose my will. There's a smudge of blood. Spend the rest of eternity staring at the ceiling of my own grave to ensure the world remains free of this smear of blood. Tome will never again see the light of day on my life.
He's keeping the tome hidden.
So as long as this
Lid still
thing,
sticking.
he's trying to like keep him at bay or something. Okay. Well,
What the hell do we do though?
don't drop the rock.
I'm gonna put it
I'm
in
not
my
the one that
pack.
got it.
I'm gonna safely put that in my pack.
Yeah, do not drop the rock.
So you want to preserve him?
What if he like?
I just don't
It
want to
sounds
lose
like he's
it.
doing it
So
for a good reason. There's a reason he's keeping the tome hidden. There's a reason why he's keeping it, there. It
We
doesn't
either
sound like
need
it'd
to
be
check.
good.
We either need to check the other rooms or go down the other hall.
I think we
Right.
should go in the other hall.
Yeah. Keep the rock for
Yeah.
now. We won't do anything to destroy it.
My
Alright.
clumsy ass will try not to drop it.
Dear God.
Alright, so you guys head for the hallway. Wait, who got left behind?
Gaylord.
Gaylord.
Gaylord
He's
is
lost
just,
in there like a ping
wandering.
pong ball.
Alright, so you head down the hallway. And you find yourself in a large, what would be 2 stories if it was above ground, chamber filled with stone sarcophagi, much more grand than any other part of the tomb. There's one sarcophagi on a slightly raised platform at the end. And... Oops.
Should be putting no blue people out there. I'm not fighting the blue man group tonight.
As you enter, the braziers in the room
Light themselves?
light themselves.
Hell no.
Windy shit.
I didn't ask for this. Where's my gust of wind to put them out?
And almost as if speaking through the flames, they move to the sound of this voice that comes in almost like a scream and then forms words. How many warnings does it take? This place has been undisturbed for over 400 years. Those who came before you died. What more will it take for you to leave me in peace?
A book would be nice.
Seth.
Do you think I spent 400 years in this condition just to give it to the first people who came and asked for it? I will never allow this book to see the light of day again. It destroyed my entire city. God bless it. Stop deleting.
Breaks character. He's getting pushed off the floor.
The place is collapsing.
Run! What
Set
do you
kids.
mean destroyed their entire city?
Roll a persuasion check.
I offer the ghost the succulent.
Come again?
What'd you get?
Give me a second. Haven't even rolled yet.
And I apologize,
You know,
Jake. I know we've gone a little bit over what we intended, but we're just about to the end. So
11?
you haven't fallen asleep. 11?
Mm-hmm.
I was raised from birth in necromancy. Cult of Thanatos gave our ruler power, and my family in turn. For generations, we created armies of the undead. Allowing our Jarl to slowly take over more and more of the tribe lands. I never wanted to do any of it. And finally, when the other tribes had had enough, they flooded the valley, and our army turned against us. We got what we deserved. But I won't let this book be used against anyone else.
That's good enough reason for me. We can just leave the book here.
So he flooded the valley and like trapped them on the island with the book.
No, the tribes flooded the valley.
Eldaland isn't really a country. It's a group of 12 tribes. You know, they control the land, and each of the 12 tribes had a leader, and they controlled a certain amount of territory. What he's saying is the cult of Thanatos gave the High Wizard of this particular tribe access to this necromancy magic, and for years kind of subtly controlled them politically, and set them against the other tribes. The tribes they built the dam at the other end of the river that created this lake and flooded most of what was the old city of Clefstead. And with the undead army trapped, with nowhere to go but up onto dry land, they had attacked the rest of the city.
To try and persuade him to give us the book.
Oh boy.
Hold on, let me see. What's my persuasion?
Oh, so Gaylord set any input on this?
The set clearly wants the book.
I don't know if you guys want my input.
Says persuasion +1. I could try, but I do have another I can use.
Let me look as well, because I think let me see what my persuasion is as well.
Yeah, my persuasion.
Mine is +3, so I could try as well.
Alright, why don't you try? If not, I have another charm, a different
Okay.
charm spell.
Succulent?
Okay, so am I rolling to do this?
Yes.
So you
well-
rolled your d20 plus your.
Well, hold on. Before you try to any persuasion, you got to tell me what exactly you're trying to persuade him of.
Oh,
Not
good point.
more
She's
than
trying to say something.
like, what are you gonna say?
Oh my gosh.
You okay over there?
Yeah, my headset fell off.
Give me the book.
If you give us the book, maybe we have your heart and we'll set you free or something. And we won't use it. This is a terrible persuasion.
Well, remember, he created the phylactery, made himself a lich specifically to guard the book.
Yeah, so basically that we're not going to use it for anything bad. Yeah.
We won't destroy it. We will keep it intact.
The book?
The book
No.
or the heart?
The heart. That's more of a threat, not persuasion.
Yeah.
Right.
It's intimidation.
So am I rolling for persuasion or intimidation?
Well, which way are you guys wanting to go?
Are we threatening him? Are we...
Because I've got a +3 for both intimidation
If
and
we threaten
persuasion.
him, we're gonna get swarmed by undead.
I know,
'Cause
if we
I've
break
got
it, they're gonna come out the woodwork.
I mean, I've got a +3 for persuasion and for intimidation, so it could go either way.
I have a +1 for intimidation and a -1 for persuasion, so do with that information what you will.
I really don't want to fight a whole army by breaking his heart, but...
Right, me either.
So persuasion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're trying to persuade him that you're going to what?
The heart back?
Give him his heart back?
Intact?
Intact, yeah.
If he gives you the tome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, roll for persuasion.
13 +3, that's 16.
Alright, so a few moments of silence as you offer to leave his heart alone if he'll just hand over the book. And after a few moments, he says, I believe you. I believe you. But I put myself in this state to make sure that no one ever laid their hands on this again. And I will face any fate to make sure that is what happens. And for the sake of brevity, because we are at 11:35, you see his spirit rise out of the sarcophagus in a kind of half form, a dark, shadowy cloak of smoke surrounding a luminescent skull. And like I said, again, for the sake of brevity, so we don't end up doing this until 12:30 in the morning. You engage in a fight with this wizard slash lich. He also raises his previous generations of the high wizards out of the other sarcophagi who fight against
Nice.
you. And in the end, you do successfully defeat him. I'm sorry for hand waving over that, but like I said, we are getting pretty late. And after defeating him, well, first of all, his phylactery is still intact, so you do defeat his final form. What do you do with the phylactery?
Well, we.
Or do you use that
keep
to
our
defeat him?
end
I'll
of
let
the
you.
bargain.
What'd you say?
I said,
I
or
was
do you
saying-
use the? Oh, sorry, I don't know which one you were talking to.
Wait, me or Matt?
Both, but Shakira, go first.
I was saying we should keep our end of the bargain where we wouldn't destroy his phylactery, but we would actually at least take the book while he's defeated.
Yeah, but that means he's just gonna come back.
Will
Because
take
what?
some time.
And what were you saying, Matt?
It's your guys' story, so also too, if you decided to destroy it like during the fight, that would have defeated him as well.
What do you guys think?
I gave my 2 cents there.
While we were having this conversation, I accidentally dropped it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's just broken.
I was fiddling with it and I accidentally dropped it.
Oh shit, guys!
Like,
I
oh.
gotta tell you something.
She did the floss
better
thing. She did the
run.
floss thing. I love it.
We better run, and I hope that boat is there.
All right, so you guys decide to destroy it after you defeat him, or do you defeat him with destroying it? Because it actually does take more effort than just dropping it. You've got to smash it with something magical.
I guess it's just a decision after destroying him. I guess is that what?
Yeah, I
That's
guess.
All right. But it's gone.
It's
Okay, so you did destroy the phylactery. As you shatter it, you hear his voice, almost as if being dragged away. You're making a mistake. And then silence. Would you like to go check his sarcophagus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can't leave it unchecked.
Alright, so you open his sarcophagus, and sure enough, wrapped in the arms of his corpse is a very thick black book.
I just feel
I think that's it, guys. I think that's the book.
Could you open this stupid book, you stupid motherfucker?
What do you guys do?
We gotta take the book, and we gotta go.
Right.
Yep.
Pry the book out of his arms. You think it's probably your imagination, but you feel almost like there's some resistance there. But you do manage to get it out, and you leave the tomb. Who has the highest passive perception?
As the what?
Who has the highest
Passive perception?
passive perception?
Passive perception?
Yep. Which will be under senses.
Right, hold on.
Okay.
Wait. Where's senses?
I found it. Hold on.
Okay, I found it.
Mine's
I have
11.
14.
Passive. Where?
It's in senses on the first page under abilities.
Yeah, mine's 10.
Anybody have higher than 11?
Hold on. Passive.
I have 14.
Shakira has 14.
I have 14.
14. Okay, as you are leading the group out of the cemetery, and you notice that the scratching on the inside of the other mausoleums has stopped. As you are leading them out, you get the feeling like you're being watched.
Lovely.
What would you like to do?
Locked in there anymore.
Come again?
Said they're not locked in there anymore.
No, I don't think they are. I
Because-
think
They're out.
Yep.
All the doors still appear to be closed.
But they're ghosts. Casper goes through the wall.
More likely, you realize what happened is when you destroyed him. He was the one that was keeping the undead awake.
Oh, awake.
As a defense mechanism to keep people from getting there in the first place. But now that he is
to get the
gone,
book.
everything has gone back to the natural order.
This is
Okay.
gonna bite us in the ass, though.
But you
Do
do
we
get
see?
the
Do we
impression.
see a boat?
You're not down to
No,
the
we
water
used
yet.
to
You're still in
scroll.
the, as you're
Oh.
leaving the cemetery is when you get the feeling like you're being watched.
Okay. Well, I hope someone packed a flare or something.
Do you
We
say
got the
anything?
scroll.
Do you look around? Or do you just rush out?
I would like to look
Whoever's
around.
out there, come out.
All right, who's looking? Assuming.
Me.
All right, roll.
How much time has
Out.
passed since we entered?
I'd say about 20, 25 minutes, probably.
Alright, so I'm still. You can't sense me.
Well, remember that just it makes it a lot easier for you to blend in
Right.
or
Right.
sneak around. So
Yeah.
I mean, you're walking out in the open. Yeah, you could be seen. if Somebody's
Yeah,
watching.
I
She was
guess we're
hoping she
looking
was
around.
invisible.
But yeah, no, I would like to look around definitely.
Yeah,
Right.
me too. Because
Roll.
it's weird.
Either both of you can roll perception, or one of you can roll with advantage.
I'll roll for perception.
Remember, if you're rolling with advantage, you take the highest.
Yeah,
Roll.
roll twice and take the higher roll.
Okay. I've got 16.
Nice.
16.
Nice.
As Breela mentions that she feels like there's someone there, you take a glance around, and as you try to do a full 180 to check for that in any direction, you do catch a glimpse. Standing on top of one of the mausoleums, briefly, two figures in hooded capes. And you catch the glimpse of a triangular symbol on their cloak pin. But as soon as you lock on to where they are and turn back to get a good look at them, they have disappeared.
Triangular.
Yes.
Jake, do you think they're the people I think that they are?
What?
Did you catch the
group
description?
Did you
No,
get
I'm-
the description?
Like,
The what she saw was two people in hooded capes, and the cloak pin that held the capes together appeared to be triangular. Mind you, of course, your characters have no knowledge of that. But all right,
Yes, it's the
so
bite in the ass.
you guys proceed out of
Yep.
the cemetery. Right. Now remember, you guys were given a scroll of town portal, and you were told to use that when you retrieved the book. Somebody want to use it? Or do
I've
you guys
got it in
want-
my inventory. I might as well use it.
Okay. Everybody in agreement?
Yes.
All right. Balana, you pull out the scroll casing and pull down the bottom, holding it in front of you and looking through it, where you see an image of a street within Klevstad. And as you all look into it, the image changes from a somewhat fake-looking painting of that location, and next thing you know, the scroll paper itself is gone, and you are actually looking at that street in Klevstad. You have moved back to the city.
So I look at Briella, and I tell her I think we should question him before giving him the goddamn book.
That's actually quite a good idea. I don't trust him.
Now we know why the book was being hidden. What does he want with it? That's like, why did
Exactly.
he send us there? If the person that was there on the island was trying to hide it for the good, why does he want it?
What are his motives?
Right.
Who wants to roll a history check?
Hold on, let me check my thing. I don't want to roll and then find out that I suck. I got +2.
+1.
Let me see. I've got +0, so absolutely not.
Fuck no.
Alright, I got it.
All right, you have advantage on this
Okay.
because of what it deals with.
Oh, cool. Nat 20 on the first friggin' try. So
Nice.
21.
Nice. All right.
Not 22.
You start putting all the pieces together in your head. You remember the mention of the cult of Thanatos. You remember the symbol from the door on the tower, and of course the fact that the wizard inside is drow, specifically from the sounds of his accent from freaking brain fart, Vidinia. You start putting the pieces together. During the Great Guild Wars, the cult of Thanatos was specifically known for using the undead in their campaigns against the other guilds. And you know there is a connection, or believed to be a connection, between the cult of Thanatos and the government that still exists in Vidinia. Now on this continent, because of the Guild Wars, necromancy isn't like seen as automatically evil by everyone. But it makes sense that when the cult was at its most powerful, they may have had access to more knowledge about necromancy than they do now. There's rumors, and it's a very closed country, so nobody can be sure if this is just talk. But there's rumors that the people who rule the country count among their members vampires, ghosts, and other forms of undead. But you are positive that during the Guild Wars, the cult of Thanatos and possibly Vidinia itself used undead soldiers and things like that. So it is most likely, if that connection that you're making is correct, it is most likely their property. What they plan to do with access to these forgotten abilities is anybody's guess.
Okay, so I'll relay what I pieced together to the group.
I really don't want to give him the book.
I think we should destroy it.
I'm half tempted to destroy it.
Destroying things was what I was made for.
All right, so you guys want to? Is everybody in agreement on destroying it?
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to go to a private place to try to demolish it, or?
Times Square? No. I guess so, yeah. We probably shouldn't do it right in the middle of town.
All right. What method would you like to try to use?
Fire.
Fire.
I have druid craft and can make a small campfire.
Okay.
Not a perfectly good axe guy.
No, not good enough.
All right. So you find a place away from prying eyes, which is getting a little easier as it gets darker. And you create a fire and attempt to burn the book. You throw it into the flames, and you watch as the flames cling to the outside of the pages and seem to start to become consumed by it, but you notice that the text has not disappeared, which, by the way, as it falls open, you notice that it's written in Infernal.
Oh, great.
Super bad news. But the fire does not seem to be actually destroying any part of the book. And just as you start to try to figure out what it is you can do to actually destroy this thing, you hear a voice from behind you, male voice, and he said it has a Sharan accent. It's It was a good idea, but usually things this powerful cannot be destroyed so easily. And as you turn to see where the voice is coming from, there, standing a few feet away from you, are two figures in gray hooded capes. Their cloak pins is a triangle with an eye in the center of it. They take off their hoods, and you see it's a Sharan man and woman. And they are smiling at you, not in a devious way, but admiration is what it appears to be.
May I know, who are you?
We were a bit concerned when you destroyed Eric and took the book. Thought you had made the wrong choice, but it seems that you've come to your senses. I cannot tell you.
Hesitant about destroying Eric.
I can understand your confusion. In truth, I think Eric was a good man. He never wanted anything to do with this. And when it finally destroyed his family and everything around him, he made the ultimate sacrifice by becoming what he hated to keep this book from getting into the wrong hands. Now, I know the way most people would see it. They have a right to have this book back. But considering how old it is, this comes from a different time in their history when they were much more powerful than they are now. There's no telling what effect this could have on the world if they got it back.
Right.
You said it's something that's very difficult to destroy, then how are we supposed to destroy it?
Some things simply cannot be destroyed. You see, this book was written by God. He picks it up out of the flame. At this point, the flame has just been snuffed out by the fact this unburnable object has been sitting in it. And he kind of, it's partially open, and he shows it in your direction. He says, "This is the handwriting of Orcus himself. There may be things out there that can destroy it, but I doubt that we'll be able to find it anytime soon." Eric had the right idea, more or less. It has to be hidden away, protected, forgotten about. We can take care of that.
And why should we trust you?
They haven't attacked us in any kind of way.
He looks, Katya, he looks you right in the eye, and pauses for a second, as if to make sure you've got eye contact with him. It's what we do.
I mean, you never even answered us of who you are, so how can we trust you?
I cannot tell you too much at this very moment. But suffice to say, we have been dedicated for a very long time to taking objects like this, objects that should not be used by anyone, and keeping them locked away so that they can't be used to cause grave harm to the entire world. It's what we do. And based on the decision you made here today, I think some of you may hear from us again in the future. You recognize the threat that this posed, and you gave up a lot of money to try to destroy it. Would anybody like to do anything?
No, he's got a fair point.
I'm still glaring at them.
I think we should just
I am very
keep
distrustful.
it until
We
we
can't
find out
keep
how
it.
to.
Well, he just said that we can't destroy it. And he said that he can hide it away from people who
So
could
that he can
use
use
it the wrong way.
Yeah, I
don't
don't
think-
trust that
I don't
they
think-
won't use it.
They
It just
don't
occurred to
think
me
there's
that
people that would.
I think Shakira is accidentally metagaming.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's probably instinctual because you know, as Mira, that they are trustworthy, but
I just don't want to
As
keep the
Balani,
damn
you
thing,
don't-
though. Like, we could be targeted for even having it.
well, what do you guys want to do? It's up to you.
If we threw it out in the middle of the ocean, so nobody could have it, and let it sink to the most
Would it
bottom
sink?
part of
Is
the
the question.
In the D&D world, you can. There are spells out there that are powerful enough to find an object wherever it is.
Damn it.
Oh, jeez.
I can't off the top of my head figure out how somebody would get to the bottom of the ocean in D&D world, but I bet you there is a way, especially if there was a will.
You know, I'm trying here.
I know. It's a good thought. He realizes you guys are still hesitating. Look. The archive, where we keep these objects, it is interdimensional, protected by an army of both people and traps and spells. I have seen more world-ending artifacts than you could even imagine have ever existed, and all of them are kept safe within our walls.
I'm down to give it to them. Only knowing for a fact that if they use it, I will know. And I will come after
She's
them.
like, you guys do this crap. You guys use this shit. My blade's coming for your ass.
I will come
Do
after you.
do you say that out loud?
Yes.
Oh my god.
He smiles at you, and he says, I believe you. And that is exactly what we need. Is everyone in agreement?
Yeah.
Yes.
He specifically looks at you, Katya, and he says, I have a feeling that you'll be hearing from us again soon. You did a good thing today. and he pulls out a coin purse from his belt and tosses it in your direction for your trouble. And him and his partner put their hoods back up, and they approach a nearby wall, and you see them put a doorknob against the side of the wall, stick a key into the keyhole on the doorknob, and a door is drawn into the wall, and the two of them disappear through it before the door also vanishes.
Okay, can we get one of those? Because that was cool.
Well, I guess I know where they are now. Hogwarts.
It's a wizard store. Alright, so wait, who caught the coin purse? I didn't specify.
I think he tossed it at Katya.
Yeah, that was me.
Yep, that's a good idea.
I don't know if I fully caught that. I think it went on the ground, and then I think I missed when he threw it to me, so I just kind of picked it up off the ground, tried to catch it, missed, and then I had to pick it up off the ground.
Alright, what do you...
It was quite embarrassing.
What do you do now that they have vanished?
Still don't trust them.
Do you check the coin purse?
I like the card throw. How much money's in the coin purse? I mean, shit, you need gold, so there you go.
Would you like to check that? Would you like to check how much is in the coin purse?
Yes, I would.
It is 2,500 gold pieces, exactly the same amount that that Virith had offered you to bring it to him.
Nice.
So you did the right thing, and still
got
made
money.
Well, we gotta get out of town.
I think we should.
Yeah, we definitely should.
We weren't supposed to come back without the book.
Yeah, we might need to leave.
So you guys skipping town? Everybody in agreement?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Ryan's asking these assholes, the vault, what's his name? To answer your question, Ryan, it is not... And this takes place after... now I can't remember his name. After your friend died. It's a different pair. But... so you guys are skipping town?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we might. Yeah, we gotta do that.
We need to either go camp somewhere.
I need to go stomp out of town.
We need to go squat in a empty building or something. We need to just get out of town.
Yep.
I'm very good at camping and doing whatever in the woods, because I used to live there.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so
I have so many questions about you living with wolves. That's rather interesting.
all of you, for strangers before this day, gather up your things and skip town as fast as you possibly can, heading out into the wilderness, hoping that you will not incur the wrath of Virith for not returning the book, but giving it to somebody who supposedly will make sure he never touches it. And as you leave the city under the cover of darkness out into the wilderness of Eldaland, you wonder who these mysterious strangers were and what they have in store for you, since you have caught their interest. And with that, the story of the Tome of Thanatos comes to a close. Well, sorry for how late that ran. Some of the stuff lasted longer than I expected. One-shots are hard to plan. But I think we ended up with a fantastic story. and we hope you enjoyed watching it. Hope everybody enjoyed playing it. Remember to come back on Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern for You Don't Know Jack Volume 3, and Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern for God of War. Until next time, my name is Matt. This is Bold Wolf Gaming. You have a good night.